Welcome to the channel. We are grateful to have you joining this peaceful space. Before we begin, I invite you to subscribe, activate the bell icon, and leave a gentle comment with your thoughts or requests for future stories. Now, settle in, relax your shoulders, and let the soothing rhythm of this journey carry you toward a peaceful night's sleep. In the medieval world, the idea of dating as we understand it today simply did not exist. There was no casual exploration of affection, no gradual testing of emotional compatibility, no quiet dinners meant to discover shared interests. Life moved according to rhythms that were older than any individual desire, shaped by seasons, labor, obligation, and survival. From the moment a person was born, their place in society was already forming, guided by family, land, and the invisible weight of tradition. Love, when it appeared, did so quietly, often without permission, and rarely with any expectation that it would shape the future. To understand this world, it helps to imagine how small and enclosed medieval life truly was. Most people never traveled more than a few miles from where they were born. Villages were tight clusters of homes, fields, animals, and shared routines. Everyone knew everyone else, not only by name, but by reputation, lineage, and usefulness. Privacy was rare. Solitude was rarer still. In such a setting, romantic secrecy was nearly impossible, and personal choice was secondary to communal stability. Relationships were not private matters. They were public concerns. Marriage, therefore, was not a personal milestone, but a structural necessity. It ensured labor could be shared, land could be worked, children could be raised, and property could pass in orderly ways. Emotional fulfillment was not ignored entirely, but it was not prioritized. The medieval mindset viewed life as fragile and unpredictable. Hunger, illness, and war were constant companions. In a world where survival was never guaranteed, practicality took precedence over feeling. Choosing a partner was less about affection and more about endurance. From childhood, individuals were raised with these expectations quietly shaping their understanding of the future. Young boys learned trades, farming skills, or martial discipline, not to impress a future lover, but to become useful members of their household. Young girls were taught domestic tasks, textile work, food preparation, and household management, all with the understanding that these skills would one day be exchanged through marriage. Emotional education was informal and restrained. Feelings were something to be controlled, not explored. The absence of dating did not mean the absence of attraction. People noticed one another. They observed strength, kindness, competence, and beauty. But these observations rarely led to action without approval. Attraction existed beneath the surface, often unspoken, sometimes redirected into prayer, poetry, or quiet longing. Acting on desire without permission risked social punishment, religious condemnation, or permanent damage to family standing. In this way, love was not forbidden, but it was fenced in tightly. Religion played a central role in shaping these boundaries. The church taught that marriage was a sacred bond, not a romantic adventure. Physical desire was viewed with suspicion, something to be disciplined and confined within lawful marriage. Emotional attachment outside approved structures was considered dangerous, capable of leading the soul astray. Sermons, confessions, and moral instruction reinforce the idea that personal longing must yield to divine order. Even thoughts were subject to scrutiny. Families acted as both guardians and negotiators of the future. Parents viewed marriage as a long-term investment, balancing resources, alliances, and survival. Love was unpredictable. Property was not. A good marriage secured help in the fields, stability in old age, and legitimacy for future generations. A bad marriage threatened poverty, conflict, or social decline. These stakes made personal choice seem irresponsible, even reckless. Trusting feelings alone was seen as naive. Among the nobility, these calculations grew even more complex. Marriage, connected estates, sealed alliances, ended feuds, and secured borders. A noble child was not raised to choose freely, but to represent family strategy. Betrothals were often arranged when children were still very young, sometimes before they could speak clearly. The future spouse became an abstract concept, a name tied to land and titles rather than a person known intimately. Emotional connection was expected to develop later, if at all. For peasants, the process was less formal, but no less practical. While romantic songs and stories circulated, daily life left little room to imitate them. A peasant marriage needed to function immediately. Two people had to work together efficiently, manage limited resources, and endure harsh conditions. Compatibility meant shared endurance, not shared dreams. In this context, affection was something that might grow from cooperation, not something required at the beginning. Without dating, there was also no prolonged period of uncertainty. Once a match was agreed upon, the path forward was clear. Engagements, where they existed, were brief and purposeful. There was no expectation of testing emotional chemistry. Marriage was the test, and it could not easily be undone. This certainty reduced anxiety in some ways, even as it limited freedom. Knowing what was expected removed ambiguity, though it also removed choice. Time itself felt different in the medieval world. Life unfolded slowly, but decisions carried long consequences. A single marriage could define decades of labor, family structure, and social position. In such a framework, experimentation felt dangerous. Stability was valued above excitement. The idea of searching for personal fulfillment through relationships would have seemed strange, even irresponsible, to most people living within this system. Yet beneath these structures, human emotion persisted. People still felt curiosity, attraction, tenderness, and sorrow. These feelings were not erased. They were simply managed carefully. Love became quieter, expressed through small gestures, shared work, and silent understanding rather than open pursuit. In many cases, affection was something discovered after commitment, not before it. This reversal shaped the emotional texture of medieval life. Understanding this absence of dating is essential because it reveals how deeply modern assumptions differ from those of the past. What feels restrictive today once felt normal, even necessary. The medieval world was not unromantic. It was structured around survival rather than self-expression. Romance existed, but it moved slowly, cautiously, and often invisibly, shaped by forces larger than any individual heart. In the medieval imagination, The self was never fully separate from the group. Identity was layered and collective, shaped by family, parish, village, and lord. A person understood themselves not primarily as an individual with personal desires, but as a role within a larger pattern that had existed long before them and would continue long after they were gone. This way of seeing the world affected every aspect of life, including how affection was understood and expressed. Without the modern idea of dating, emotional life unfolded slowly, often beneath duty rather than alongside it. From an early age, children absorbed the expectations of their environment through observation rather than instruction. They watched adults negotiate marriages, manage households, and endure long seasons together. They learned that stability mattered more than passion, and that order protected everyone from chaos. Stories told by elders reinforced this lesson. Tales of reckless love often ended in tragedy, poverty, or divine punishment, while stories of steady marriages emphasized endurance and reward. These narratives quietly shaped how young minds interpreted longing. Daily life itself discouraged romantic exploration. Work consumed most waking hours, and exhaustion followed close behind. Fields needed tending, animals needed care, tools needed repair, and food needed preparation. Evenings were short, lit by firelight rather than possibility. In homes shared by many generations, privacy barely existed. A whispered conversation could easily be overheard, a lingering glance noticed. In such conditions, secrecy was difficult, and discretion became a survival skill. Social hierarchy further restricted interaction. People were expected to remain within their class, both socially and emotionally. Crossing these boundaries threatened the delicate balance of obligation and privilege that defined medieval society. A peasant showing interest in a noble was not romantic, it was dangerous. A noble pursuing a peasant risked scandal and loss of status. These divisions shaped not only who could marry whom, but who could even imagine affection toward another. Desire learned to stay within invisible lines. The church reinforced these boundaries with moral authority. Religious teaching emphasized restraint, humility, and obedience. Desire, especially unregulated desire, was portrayed as a force that needed discipline. Love outside marriage was framed as temptation, a test of faith rather than an expression of humanity. Confession offered a controlled outlet for emotional struggle, allowing individuals to acknowledge feelings without acting on them. This structure did not eliminate longing, but it redirected it inward. In this environment, silence carried meaning. People learned to communicate through restraint, to signal interest without declaration. A shared glance held longer than usual, a moment of attention during communal work, a small act of kindness repeated over time. These were not steps toward dating, but toward recognition. Acknowledging someone's presence consistently could create a quiet bond, even if it never led to marriage. Such connections existed in the margins of daily life. The absence of dating also shaped expectations of marriage itself. Because there was no prolonged courtship, marriage began not with familiarity, but with discovery. Two people entered a shared life, often knowing little about each other, beyond reputation and practical skill. Emotional understanding developed gradually, shaped by routine rather than conversation. Love, when it appeared, was less dramatic and more subdued, expressed through reliability rather than words. This gradual unfolding of affection changed how disappointment was experienced. Without the promise of romantic fulfillment at the beginning, there was less sense of betrayal when reality proved difficult. Marriage was not expected to be easy or emotionally satisfying. It was expected to function. In this way, emotional resilience became a quiet virtue. People learned to endure, adapt, and find meaning within constraint rather than outside it. Gender roles further defined emotional boundaries. Men were expected to demonstrate control, strength, and responsibility. Open emotional expression was often discouraged, associated with weakness or instability. Women, meanwhile, were expected to be modest, reserved, and compliant. Their value was tied to reputation and virtue, both of which could be damaged by visible desire. These expectations narrowed the space in which feelings could be safely shown. The result was a culture where love often felt delayed rather than denied. Many people entered marriage without love and discovered it later through shared experience. Others never experienced romantic affection at all, finding fulfillment instead in work, faith, or community. Modern assumptions about emotional necessity did not apply. Happiness was measured differently, often through survival, continuity, and social belonging rather than personal satisfaction. It is important to understand that medieval people were not unaware of love as a concept. Songs, poems, and stories circulated widely, especially among the upper classes. These works idealized affection, longing, and devotion, yet they existed in tension with daily reality. They offered an imaginative escape rather than a practical guide. Love in literature was elevated precisely because it was rare or constrained in life. Without dating, emotional risk was managed through structure. Choices were limited, but consequences were predictable. This predictability provided a sense of security in an uncertain world. Knowing one's path reduced anxiety, even if it reduced freedom. In a society shaped by scarcity, certainty was a form of comfort. The absence of romantic exploration was not always felt as a loss. Often, it was simply normal. Over time, this normalization shaped internal expectations. People did not feel deprived of dating because they did not imagine it as a possibility. Their emotional landscape was narrower, but also steadier. Desire was not encouraged to roam freely, so disappointment took quieter forms. Longing became something endured rather than pursued, accepted as part of the human condition rather than a problem to be solved. This way of living produced a different rhythm of emotional life. Feelings moved slowly, deepening over years, rather than igniting quickly. Trust was built through reliability, affection through habit. While this limited intensity, it also fostered a form of closeness rooted in shared endurance. Love, when present, was less volatile and more grounded in daily cooperation. Understanding this emotional framework helps explain why the absence of dating did not feel like deprivation to medieval people. It was simply the shape of life as they knew it. Romance was not a journey of choice, but a quiet possibility that might emerge within obligation. The heart adapted to its surroundings, learning patience rather than pursuit. As the medieval world moved forward through centuries of change, these patterns remained remarkably stable. Wars came and went, plagues reshaped populations, and dynasties rose and fell. Yet the basic structure of emotional life endured. Dating, as a concept, would not emerge until much later, when individual choice gained cultural value. For now, love remained woven into duty, subtle and restrained. In this world without dating, relationships were not stories of discovery, but of continuation. Each generation inherited not only land and labor, but expectations about how affection should behave. Love was allowed, but only within carefully drawn boundaries. To live well meant understanding those boundaries and finding meaning inside them rather than trying to escape them. The medieval world also shaped emotion through time and repetition. Days followed familiar patterns, marked by bells, sunlight, and exhaustion. Weeks were defined by labor and worship, seasons by planting and harvest. Within this steady cycle, there was little space for emotional urgency. Feelings unfolded at the same pace as life itself, slow and often unnoticed. Without dating to create moments of intentional focus on another person, affection emerged indirectly, woven into shared routines rather than highlighted by special occasions. Community life reinforced this rhythm. Meals were shared, celebrations were collective, and even grief was public. There were few private moments in which one could sit alone with their thoughts. Emotional reflection happened quietly, often during solitary tasks, like walking to the fields at dawn or tending animals at dusk. In these moments, a person might think of someone they admired, replay a brief interaction, or imagine a different future. Yet these thoughts rarely translated into action without permission. They remained internal, shaped by acceptance rather than expectation. The concept of choice itself was narrower. Modern dating assumes that individuals can choose freely, guided by personal preference and emotional response. In the medieval world, choice existed, but within strict limits. One could choose how diligently to work, how faithfully to pray, how patiently to endure. Choosing a partner freely was a luxury most people could not afford. Emotional discipline became a survival skill, allowing individuals to live with unfulfilled desire without letting it disrupt daily life. Silence, again, played a crucial role. Silence protected reputations, preserved order, and allowed feelings to exist without consequence. Speaking openly about attraction could create obligations or suspicions that were difficult to resolve. Remaining quiet allowed possibilities to remain unrealized, which was often safer than pursuing them. In this way, emotional restraint was not repression alone, but strategy. Age also influenced emotional expectation. Youth was brief and often consumed by preparation rather than exploration. By the time individuals reached marriageable age, they were already accustomed to responsibility. Childhood ended early, replaced by labor and duty. This early maturity left little room for romantic idealism. People learned to measure life by usefulness rather than fulfillment. which shaped how they understood relationships. Marriage, when it arrived, was less a beginning than a continuation. Two lives already shaped by routine merged into a shared rhythm. Without prior dating, spouses learned about one another gradually. Habits revealed character more than conversation. A person's patience during hardship, reliability in work, and kindness in small moments mattered more than charm. Love, if it came, arrived quietly, built on trust rather than excitement. This gradual development of affection also influenced how conflict was handled. Without the expectation that marriage should provide emotional happiness, dissatisfaction was often met with endurance rather than confrontation. Complaints were muted, compromises unspoken. While this could lead to quiet resentment, it also fostered resilience. People learned to live with imperfection as a normal part of life, not a failure of the relationship. Stories of romantic rebellion existed, but they were framed as exceptions rather than models. Tales of lovers defying families or social order were told as cautionary or tragic, reinforcing the idea that passion carried risk. These stories allowed people to imagine a different emotional world without threatening the stability of the real one. Romance was acknowledged, but safely contained within narrative. Over time, this containment shaped collective emotional memory. People remembered endurance more than excitement, loyalty more than attraction. Relationships were valued for their contribution to continuity rather than personal growth. This perspective made sense in a world where survival depended on cooperation and predictability. Emotional fulfillment was not ignored, but it was secondary. The absence of dating also meant the absence of romantic comparison. Without a series of partners, individuals did not measure relationships against past experiences. Expectations were simpler, grounded in observation rather than experimentation. This reduced certain anxieties, even as it limited possibility. People did not ask whether someone was the right one in a romantic sense. They asked whether a marriage would work. Faith offered an additional framework for managing longing. Religious devotion provided language and structure for intense emotion, redirecting desire toward the divine. Love for God was encouraged as a safe, elevating alternative to romantic attachment. This spiritual channel allowed people to experience devotion and passion without disrupting social order. In many lives, it became the primary emotional focus. The medieval emotional landscape, therefore, was not empty, but ordered. Feelings existed within boundaries that limited harm and unpredictability. While this reduced freedom, it also reduced certain forms of suffering. There was less heartbreak caused by choice and rejection, but more quiet longing shaped by acceptance. Each carried its own weight. As centuries passed, gradual changes would begin to challenge these patterns. Economic shifts, urban growth, and cultural movements would slowly elevate individual choice. But in the medieval period itself, the absence of dating remained fundamental. It was not questioned because there was no alternative model widely available. People lived within the system they inherited, adapting their hearts to its shape. Understanding this world requires setting aside modern assumptions. The medieval experience of love was neither inferior nor superior, but different. It valued stability over excitement, endurance over exploration. Dating, as a concept, would have seemed unnecessary, even dangerous. Within this framework, love did not need to be tested. Life would test it soon enough. In this world without dating, affection learned patience. It waited for permission, adapted to circumstance, and often found expression only after commitment. This slow unfolding created a quieter emotional tone, one less dramatic, but deeply integrated into daily life. Love became something lived rather than pursued, discovered rather than sought. With this foundation in place, the structure of medieval relationships becomes clearer. The absence of dating was not a gap, but a design. It shaped how people connected, married, endured, and remembered. To understand medieval love, one must first understand this quiet beginning, where longing existed without pursuit and relationships formed without rehearsal. In the medieval world, marriage was not understood as a personal milestone shaped by emotion, but as a practical framework designed to hold life together. It was a solution to problems that could not be managed alone: labor shortages, inheritance, protection, and continuity. To marry was to enter a structure that supported survival, and this understanding shaped every expectation surrounding it. Love was not absent from this arrangement, but it was secondary, something that might appear later, quietly, if conditions allowed. The economy of medieval life made partnership essential. Most people lived close to the edge of subsistence, where a single poor harvest, illness, or injury could lead to ruin. A household needed multiple capable adults to function. Fields had to be worked, animals tended, food preserved, and children raised. Marriage provided the basic unit through which these tasks could be shared. A spouse was not primarily a companion, but a collaborator in endurance. From this perspective, choosing a partner was an economic decision. Families evaluated potential matches by asking simple, serious questions. Could this person work reliably? Did their family own land, tools, or livestock? Would the union strengthen or weaken the household? Emotional compatibility was difficult to measure and therefore less relevant. Practical capability was visible and predictable, which made it valuable. In a world where uncertainty was dangerous, predictability was prized. Marriage also organized inheritance. Land was the most important form of wealth, and its transfer needed to be orderly. Marriage determined who inherited property, who had rights to use it, and how it passed to the next generation. Without clear marital bonds, disputes could fracture families and communities. The church and secular authorities both supported marriage as a stabilizing institution, one that reduced conflict by clarifying responsibility. For parents, arranging a marriage was part of their duty. They were expected to secure the future of their children, not only emotionally, but materially. Allowing a child to choose freely risked alliances that might harm the family's position. Parents believed, often sincerely, that experience granted them better judgment. Love, from this view, was unreliable. Resources and reputation were not. The process of arranging a marriage reflected this seriousness. Discussions between families could take months or even years. Terms were negotiated carefully, including dowries, property rights, and obligations. These negotiations were not cold calculations devoid of care. They were expressions of concern shaped by the realities of the time. A successful marriage arrangement meant security for both families involved. Among peasants, these negotiations were simpler but still significant. A small dowry, a shared plot of land, or the promise of labor could make the difference between stability and hardship. Marriage connected households into networks of mutual support. In villages where everyone depended on one another, these connections mattered deeply. Choosing poorly could isolate a family when help was most needed. Among the nobility, marriage was a strategic instrument. It bound territories, ended disputes, and created alliances that could last generations. A noble marriage was rarely about the individuals involved. It was about what the union represented politically. Children born of such marriages secured claims and legitimized power. Emotion was expected to adapt to duty, not the other way around. This expectation shaped how spouses viewed one another. A husband and wife were partners in governance, estate management, and representation. Their relationship was public, observed by servants, tenants, and rivals. Personal conflict threatened not only domestic peace, but political stability. As a result, emotional restraint was not only virtuous, but necessary. The church reinforced the idea of marriage as a sacred obligation rather than a personal choice. Marriage was taught as a sacrament, a divine bond that mirrored spiritual order. Entering marriage meant accepting a role assigned by God, not pursuing individual happiness. This framing elevated marriage beyond preference, placing it within moral duty. Breaking or questioning it carried spiritual consequences. Once married, the expectation was permanence. Divorce, as understood today, did not exist. Annulments were possible but rare, and required specific conditions. The difficulty of dissolving a marriage reinforced the need for careful arrangement at the beginning. A marriage was not a trial period. It was a lifelong commitment, entered with the understanding that adaptation, not escape, would follow. Within this structure, affection was expected to grow from familiarity. Living and working together day after day created bonds of trust and dependence. While some marriages remained distant, others developed quiet warmth. Love was not imagined as a sudden force, but as something built over time through shared responsibility. This understanding reduced the shock of emotional uncertainty. Marriage was not expected to satisfy every longing. Gender roles within marriage further reflected its strategic nature. Men were expected to provide protection, labor, and representation. Women were expected to manage the household, support economic activity, and bear children. These roles were rigid, but they also created interdependence. Each partner relied on the other's contribution. Affection often emerged from this reliance, rather than from initial attraction. The absence of romantic expectation also shaped emotional resilience. When hardship arose, it was met with endurance rather than disappointment. A difficult marriage was unfortunate, but not considered a failure. Life itself was difficult. Marriage was one of many burdens to be carried, not a guarantee of comfort. In this context, love stories took on a different meaning. They were admired as ideals or warnings, not as templates for life. The gap between narrative romance and lived marriage was understood and accepted. Stories offered escape, while marriage offered structure. Both had their place. Understanding marriage as strategy and survival helps explain why dating never developed as a separate stage. There was no space for it. The path from youth to marriage was direct, shaped by necessity rather than exploration. Emotional uncertainty was resolved through structure, not experimentation. This approach to marriage created a society that valued continuity over novelty. Each generation inherited not only land and labor, but expectations about partnership. Marriage was the cornerstone of social order, holding together households, communities, and power structures. Love, when present, adapted to this foundation rather than reshaping it. As the medieval period continued, these principles remained remarkably consistent. Economic pressures, religious teaching, and social hierarchy reinforced one another, creating a stable but constrained emotional world. Marriage was not the culmination of romance, but the beginning of shared survival. Once a marriage was agreed upon, its meaning extended far beyond the two individuals involved. It became a binding force that reshaped households, obligations, and futures. Marriage altered daily routines, economic responsibilities, and social identity. A person was no longer primarily a son or daughter, but a spouse, a role that carried expectations enforced by custom, community, and faith. This transformation happened quickly, often without emotional preparation, reinforcing the idea that marriage was an institution to be entered with seriousness rather than anticipation. The household formed through marriage was the primary unit of medieval society. It was not simply a private space, but a place of production. Food was grown, stored, and prepared there. Tools were made and repaired. Children learned skills by watching adults at work. Marriage expanded this unit, increasing its capacity to function. Two people brought together not only their labor, but their habits, networks, and obligations. The success of a household depended on how effectively these elements merged. Economic necessity shaped expectations within marriage. From the beginning, newly married couples rarely lived independently in the modern sense. Many joined extended family households, where authority rested with older relatives. Even when a new household was formed, it relied on shared resources and communal support. Independence was gradual and conditional. Marriage marked a step toward responsibility, not immediate autonomy. The roles assigned within marriage were deeply ingrained. Men were expected to represent the household in public matters, handle legal obligations, and perform physically demanding labor. Women were expected to manage domestic work, oversee food production, and maintain order within the home. These roles were not viewed as equal in status, but they were viewed as complementary. Each was necessary for survival. Marriage formalized this division of labor, creating a system that prioritized efficiency over personal preference. Children were central to the purpose of marriage. They ensured continuity of labor, inheritance, and care for aging parents. The pressure to produce children shaped marital expectations, particularly for women. Fertility was closely tied to a woman's value within marriage, and infertility carried social consequences. Yet childbearing was also dangerous, and families understood the risks involved. Marriage, therefore, was not only about creating life, but about navigating its fragility. The church's involvement in marriage reinforced its permanence. Weddings were public rituals, witnessed by community members, and sanctified through religious ceremony. These rituals emphasize commitment and obligation rather than celebration. Vows were solemn promises made before God, not expressions of personal feeling. Breaking them carried spiritual weight. This framing discouraged impulsive unions and reinforced the seriousness of marital bonds. Conflict within marriage was expected and managed through endurance rather than resolution. There were few socially acceptable ways to address dissatisfaction. Counseling, as understood today, did not exist. Instead, individuals relied on prayer, confession, and advice from elders. Complaints were often internalized, managed quietly to preserve household stability. Public conflict risked shame and intervention, which most families wished to avoid. Despite these constraints, marriage was not devoid of warmth. Many couples developed mutual respect and quiet affection over time. Shared labor created familiarity, and familiarity could lead to trust. In a world where external threats were constant, having a reliable partner offered comfort. Love, when it emerged, was grounded in shared experience rather than idealized expectation. Among the nobility, the strategic nature of marriage was even more pronounced. Noble marriages were planned with attention to lineage, territory, and influence. Contracts detailed obligations and rights, leaving little to chance. Yet even within these arrangements, daily life required cooperation. Managing estates, hosting guests, and navigating court politics demanded partnership. Emotional compatibility, while secondary, could ease these demands. The visibility of noble marriages added another layer of pressure. Public perception mattered. A harmonious marriage projected stability and authority, while visible discord invited scrutiny. As a result, noble spouses often cultivated a controlled public image. Regardless of private feeling, marriage became a performance as well as a contract, reinforcing emotional restraint. For peasants, marriage offered a measure of security in an uncertain world. A partner meant shared burdens and mutual dependence. While affection was not guaranteed, the presence of another adult reduced vulnerability. Illness, injury, or loss could be devastating alone. Marriage provided a buffer against these risks, making it a rational choice even in the absence of love. The expectation that love would grow rather than precede marriage shaped emotional patience. People did not rush to evaluate their feelings. Time was allowed to do its work. This patience reduced the sense of urgency that defines modern romantic pursuit. Marriage was not a climax, but a beginning whose outcome was unknown, but accepted. This acceptance extended to disappointment. When marriages failed to provide comfort or understanding, endurance was the default response. Social and religious structures offered few alternatives. Leaving was rarely possible. Adaptation became a skill. People learned to live alongside unmet expectations. finding meaning in routine rather than fulfillment. Marriage also reinforced social order by limiting choice. By narrowing acceptable unions, society reduced unpredictability. This stability benefited those in power and provided a sense of continuity for everyone else. While restrictive, it created a shared understanding of life's structure. Everyone knew what marriage was for and what it was not meant to provide. Over generations, these patterns became deeply internalized. Marriage was not questioned as an institution, only navigated. People adjusted their hopes accordingly, learning to separate desire from duty. This separation shaped emotional life, encouraging restraint and resilience. Understanding marriage as strategy and survival reveals why personal choice played such a small role. The stakes were too high, the margins too thin. Marriage was a tool for managing risk in a dangerous world. Love, when present, adapted to this function rather than redefining it. As medieval society moved forward, these structures remained largely intact. Economic pressures, religious teaching, and social expectations reinforced one another, creating a durable framework. Marriage continued to serve as the backbone of social stability, holding together families, communities, and power structures. This strategic understanding of marriage explains much about medieval relationships. It clarifies why dating never emerged and why emotional exploration was limited. Marriage was not about discovering oneself through another, but about surviving alongside them. Within this reality, affection found quieter forms, shaped by necessity rather than choice. As marriage settled into daily life, its strategic purpose became most visible, not in ceremonies or contracts, but in repetition. Each morning reaffirmed the arrangement through routine. Work resumed, meals were prepared, animals tended, accounts kept, and children guided. The marriage bond was renewed not by words, but by continuity. In this way, marriage functioned less as a romantic promise and more as an operating system for life, quietly coordinating effort and expectation. Over time, this constant repetition shaped emotional habits. Spouses learned one another's rhythms, tolerances, and silences. Small accommodations replaced grand gestures. A husband learned when not to speak. A wife learned how to adjust the household flow during difficult seasons. These adaptations were not framed as sacrifices, but as skills. The success of a marriage depended on the ability to manage friction without allowing it to disrupt survival. Authority within marriage reflected broader social hierarchies. Legal and religious norms favored male authority, granting husbands control over property and decision-making. Yet daily life complicated this imbalance. Women often managed resources, oversaw production, and made countless practical decisions. Their influence was quiet but substantial. Marriage required cooperation, and authority alone could not maintain a household. Survival demanded competence, regardless of formal power. Economic stress tested marriages constantly. Bad harvests, illness, debt, or loss could strain even stable unions. In these moments, the strategic nature of marriage became most apparent. Couples relied on one another to endure scarcity, adjusting roles and expectations as needed. Emotional closeness sometimes deepened under pressure, forged by shared hardship. Other times, stress exposed incompatibilities that had little room for resolution. Endurance remained the default response. Community expectations reinforced this endurance. Marriage was not a private agreement, but a public condition. Neighbors observed behavior, offered opinions, and intervened when norms were violated. This scrutiny discouraged overt conflict and reinforced conformity. Maintaining appearances mattered, not out of vanity, but out of necessity. A household's reputation affected its access to help, trade, and protection. Marriage stability was therefore a communal interest. The permanence of marriage also shaped how individuals understood time. Life was imagined as a long arc of responsibility rather than a series of choices. Youth led to marriage, marriage to labor and children, and eventually to old age supported by the next generation. This linear progression left little space for reinvention. Marriage anchored identity, defining a person's role for decades. Adaptation, not transformation, was expected. Within this framework, affection often took practical forms. Care was expressed through reliability, through showing up each day and fulfilling obligations. A repaired tool, a prepared meal, a shared task completed without complaint. These acts carried emotional meaning. They signaled commitment and presence, even when words were scarce. Love, in this sense, was embedded in function rather than declared. The contrast between expectation and reality shaped emotional maturity. Because marriage was not idealized as a source of happiness, disappointment carried less personal weight. Difficulties were attributed to life's hardships rather than relational failure. This perspective encouraged patience and reduced the impulse to assign blame. Marriage was something to be worked through, not evaluated. Religious teaching supported this patience by framing marriage as a path of discipline. Endurance was virtuous. Suffering, when unavoidable, was meaningful. This spiritual lens provided context for hardship, allowing individuals to see their struggles as part of a larger moral narrative. Marriage became not only a social duty, but a spiritual exercise. Among the nobility, strategic marriage created layers of obligation that extended beyond the household. Alliances required maintenance, appearances managed carefully. Noble spouses represented their families publicly, their behavior reflecting on broader networks of power. Emotional restraint was essential. Personal dissatisfaction could not be allowed to disrupt political stability. Marriage demanded performance as much as cooperation. Despite these constraints, not all marriages were cold or distant. Some couples found a genuine companionship. Shared experiences accumulated, creating mutual understanding. Familiarity bred comfort rather than contempt. In a world where many aspects of life were uncertain, a stable partnership offered reassurance. Even when affection remained understated, it provided a sense of belonging. The strategic nature of marriage also shaped how people understood loyalty. Commitment was not conditional on satisfaction. It was assumed as part of the role. This assumption reduced the emphasis on personal fulfillment and increased the value of perseverance. Loyalty was demonstrated through staying, through continuing to perform one's role, even when circumstances were difficult. As years passed, marriages often softened. Early rigidity gave way to negotiated routines. Roles adjusted as children grew and responsibilities shifted. What began as a calculated arrangement could evolve into a partnership defined by shared history. Time itself became the bond, layering experience upon experience until separation seemed unimaginable. Old age revealed the long term effects of this system. Couples who had endured decades together often relied deeply on one another. Familiarity provided comfort, and shared memory offered continuity. Marriage, having begun as strategy, ended as companionship, shaped by time. Love, if present, was quiet and steady. Understanding this progression clarifies the medieval approach to marriage. It was not designed to maximize happiness, but to minimize risk. It prioritized stability over satisfaction, continuity over choice. In a world defined by scarcity and uncertainty, this made sense. Marriage was a tool for survival, refined over generations to serve that purpose. This perspective also explains why emotional exploration before marriage was discouraged. There was little to be gained and much to risk. Dating, as a separate phase, would have introduced uncertainty without providing security. The medieval system favored clarity and commitment from the outset. Marriage as strategy shaped not only relationships, but worldviews. It taught people to measure success by endurance rather than fulfillment. It encouraged acceptance of limits and adaptation within them. Love, when it appeared, was welcomed but not required. Survival came first. As the medieval period progressed, these principles remained largely unchanged. Economic realities, religious authority, and social hierarchy continued to support marriage as a stabilizing force. Even as cultural expressions of romance evolved, the underlying structure endured. This concludes the exploration of marriage as strategy and survival. It sets the foundation for understanding how medieval society approached relationships, why dating did not emerge, and how emotional life adapted to these constraints. From here, the story moves toward the ways in which futures were arranged long before adulthood, shaping lives before choice could intervene. In the medieval world, the future often arrived long before a person was ready to understand it. Childhood was not a protected space of experimentation or self-discovery, but a period of preparation. From an early age, lives were shaped by decisions made by others, guided by family interest, social position, and survival strategy. Among the most consequential of these decisions were betrothals, agreements that quietly assigned futures years, sometimes decades, in advance. A betrothal was not a romantic promise. It was a contract, sometimes written, sometimes spoken, but always binding in intention. Families agreed that two children would one day marry, linking households and resources. These arrangements could occur when the children involved were barely old enough to speak clearly. To modern eyes, this seems startling, but within the medieval mindset, it was practical. Waiting until adulthood introduced uncertainty. Securing alliances early reduced risk. For noble families, early betrothals were common and strategic. A child represented potential, not personality. What mattered was lineage, land, and political advantage. A noble daughter might be promised to the son of a neighboring lord to secure peace consolidate territory, or strengthen influence at court. A noble son might be bound to a wealthy heiress to stabilize finances or elevate status. These decisions were made with careful calculation, often by people who would not live to see the marriage take place. Children growing up under betrothal lived with a quiet awareness of expectation. They knew, at least vaguely, that their future was already mapped. The promised spouse might be a distant name, a portrait, or a rumor. Interaction between betrothed children was often limited or non existent. Emotional connection was not the goal. The arrangement existed to shape the future, not the present. Among peasants, betrothals were less formal, but still influential. Families might express intent early, signaling that two children would eventually marry if circumstances allowed. These understandings could change if fortunes shifted, but they still shaped upbringing. Children were taught skills and habits with their future roles in mind. A girl promised into a farming household learned the rhythms of agricultural labor. A boy expected to marry into a family of craftsmen might be guided toward similar skills. This early assignment of future roles limited emotional exploration. Children did not imagine a wide range of possibilities. They grew into the paths laid out for them, adjusting expectations accordingly. Hope was not invested in choice, but in adaptation. Emotional flexibility became a quiet virtue, allowing individuals to accept futures they had not chosen. Education reinforced this acceptance. Instruction, whether formal or informal, emphasized obedience, discipline, and duty. Stories told to children highlighted loyalty and sacrifice rather than personal fulfillment. Disobedience was framed as dangerous, capable of bringing shame or hardship upon the family. In this moral landscape, questioning a betrothal felt less like self-advocacy and more like betrayal. The church supported these arrangements by emphasizing parental authority and social order. While canon law required consent at the time of marriage, the pressure to honor earlier agreements was immense. Refusing a betrothal could damage family reputation and invite conflict. Consent existed in theory, but expectation shaped reality. As children grew, awareness of their betrothal deepened. Adolescence brought new emotions, curiosity, and sometimes resistance. Yet options remained limited. Breaking an agreement required courage and support that few possessed. Many young people learned to redirect their feelings, accepting their assigned future as inevitable. Emotional adaptation became a form of survival. For some, betrothals created distance rather than connection. Knowing one's future spouse as an abstract obligation rather than a person could foster indifference. Others developed affection gradually, especially if families allowed interaction. Familiarity, even limited, could soften the arrangement. Yet love was never assumed. It was a possibility, not a requirement. The timing of marriage varied. Noble marriages often occurred when political conditions aligned, regardless of age. Peasant marriages depended on economic readiness. Until then, betrothal served as a placeholder, a promise that shaped behavior without immediately altering daily life. Children grew up knowing where they were headed, even if the journey was slow. This early fixing of futures affected identity. Individuals learned to see themselves in relation to others rather than as independent agents. A girl was a future wife, a boy a future husband, long before either understood what that meant. Personal desires were secondary to roles already assigned. This perspective shaped emotional development, encouraging restraint and patience. Yet even within this system, variation existed. Some families allowed greater flexibility, especially when circumstances changed. A death, financial loss, or political shift could dissolve a betrothal. These moments introduced uncertainty, sometimes relief, sometimes anxiety. They reminded everyone that even carefully planned futures were vulnerable to chance. The emotional experience of childhood betrothal was therefore complex. It combined security with limitation, clarity with constraint. Knowing one's future reduced anxiety about uncertainty, but restricted imagination. Children learned to live within narrow expectations, adapting their hopes accordingly. As adulthood approached, betrothal transitioned from distant concept to immediate reality. Preparation intensified. Skills were refined, behaviors monitored, reputations guarded. The future marriage loomed not as a romantic event, but as a milestone of responsibility. Emotional readiness mattered less than readiness to perform one's role. Understanding childhood betrothals reveals how deeply medieval society valued order over choice. Futures were managed collectively, not individually. Love, when it appeared, adapted to these arrangements rather than shaping them. Emotional life was organized around acceptance rather than exploration. This early shaping of destiny set the stage for everything that followed. Marriage was not a sudden turn, but the fulfillment of long-standing agreements. Lives unfolded along paths laid down in childhood, with little deviation. Within these paths, individuals found meaning through endurance, cooperation, and gradual understanding. This concludes the first part of the exploration of childhood betrothals. It establishes how early decisions shaped lives and limited choice, preparing the ground for the emotional consequences that followed. As children grew into adults bound by promises they did not make. As betrothed children moved closer to adulthood, the abstract promise of marriage slowly transformed into a lived expectation. What had once been a distant idea, mentioned occasionally by parents or elders, began to shape daily behavior more clearly. Adolescence, brief and demanding in the medieval world, was not a time of exploration, but of alignment. Young people were guided, corrected, and reminded of the future that awaited them, often through subtle reinforcement rather than open discussion. For girls, this period involved increasing supervision and instruction. Modesty became a central concern. Behavior was closely observed, not only by family, but by the wider community. Reputation mattered deeply, and any hint of impropriety could threaten an arranged future. A girl promised in marriage carried not only her own standing, but the honor of her family. Emotional expression was expected to remain controlled, carefully contained within acceptable boundaries. Boys faced a different, though equally structured, set of expectations. They were taught responsibility, endurance, and the importance of providing for a household. Their behavior reflected not only on themselves, but on their readiness to fulfill a future role as head of a family. Recklessness was discouraged, not out of concern for emotional development, but because it signaled unreliability. A betrothed boy was expected to mature quickly, aligning himself with the obligations ahead. Interaction between betrothed individuals varied widely. In some cases, families encouraged limited contact to foster familiarity. In others, separation was maintained to preserve formality or avoid emotional attachment before marriage. Where contact occurred, it was supervised and purposeful. Conversations focused on practical matters, family interests, or polite observation. Emotional intimacy, if it developed, did so quietly, shaped by restraint. The absence of dating meant that curiosity about one's future spouse was often unanswered. Physical appearance, temperament, and habits remained unknown until marriage. This uncertainty required emotional adjustment. Young people learned to manage anxiety through acceptance rather than inquiry. Asking questions about compatibility was uncommon. Trust was placed in family judgment and social order. Resistance to betrothal did occur, though it was rarely visible. Some adolescents experienced resentment or fear, emotions they struggled to express openly. Without socially accepted outlets, these feelings were often internalized. Religious devotion, work, or silence became ways of coping. The system did not encourage dialogue about personal dissatisfaction. Endurance was modeled as virtue. Occasionally, resistance took more dramatic forms. Secret attachments, emotional rebellions, or outright refusals were rare but significant. Such actions carried consequences, including family conflict, loss of support, or social isolation. The risks involved discouraged most from acting on discontent. Those who did were remembered as exceptions, often framed in stories as tragic or cautionary figures. For families, managing the transition from betrothal to marriage required careful timing. Economic readiness mattered. A household needed resources to support a new union. Delays were common, especially among peasants. During these waiting periods, expectations were maintained through reminders and ritual. The promise remained active even when fulfillment was postponed. The church's role intensified as marriage approached. Instruction emphasized the sacred nature of the bond and the importance of consent. Though consent was shaped by expectation, confession and counsel prepared individuals spiritually, reinforcing the idea that marriage was a calling rather than a choice. Emotional readiness was less important than moral readiness. The psychological impact of growing up betrothed was subtle but lasting. Many individuals adjusted their sense of self to fit the promised future. Dreams narrowed, ambitions aligned with assigned roles. This adaptation reduced inner conflict but limited imagination. Life became a path to be followed rather than a field to be explored. Despite these constraints, some betrothed couples developed genuine affection before marriage. Familiarity, even limited, could soften the arrangement. Shared experiences, however small, created connection. These relationships benefited from early adjustment, entering marriage with a foundation of understanding. Yet this outcome was not assumed or required. The broader community reinforced betrothal through expectation. Neighbors treated betrothed pairs as future units, shaping interaction accordingly. Gossip, observation, and advice flowed freely. This social reinforcement made deviation difficult. The future felt already lived, even before it arrived. As adulthood neared, preparation intensified, skills were refined, behavior scrutinized, and reputations guarded carefully. The promised marriage became the central reference point for decision-making. Emotional life adapted to this focus, channeling energy into readiness rather than longing. The absence of alternative paths made acceptance easier. Without examples of romantic choice or delayed commitment, betrothal felt normal. Individuals did not compare their experience to other models. They lived within the system they knew, adjusting their emotions to its contours. Understanding this phase of life reveals how deeply medieval society invested in continuity. Childhood betrothals ensured predictability, reduced conflict, and preserved social order. The cost was personal freedom, but the benefit was stability in a precarious world. As these young people crossed into marriage, they carried with them years of preparation and expectation. Their emotional lives were shaped by restraint, patience, and acceptance. Love, if it appeared, would have to fit within this structure rather than reshape it. This concludes the second part of the exploration of childhood betrothals, focusing on adolescence and emotional adaptation. The final part will examine how these arrangements culminated in marriage and the long-term emotional effects of lives shaped by early promises. When the moment of marriage finally arrived, it often felt less like a beginning and more like the completion of a long-delayed process. For those who had grown up betrothed, the wedding marked the fulfillment of expectations that had hovered over them since childhood. The future they had been preparing for quietly, sometimes unconsciously, now became present reality. There was little sense of discovery. Instead, there was a feeling of stepping into a role already rehearsed through years of anticipation. The transition from betrothal to marriage brought a shift in social identity. Individuals were no longer defined by promise, but by function. A promised spouse became a husband or wife, expected to perform duties immediately and competently. Childhood habits were left behind without ceremony. The medieval world allowed little time for emotional adjustment. Responsibility arrived at once, and adaptation followed. For many, this sudden shift carried emotional weight that was rarely acknowledged aloud. Excitement, fear, indifference, and resignation could coexist quietly. Without a cultural language for emotional processing, these feelings were absorbed into routine. Work resumed quickly after the wedding, reinforcing the idea that marriage was not an interruption of life, but a continuation of it under new terms. The early years of marriage tested the resilience built during betrothal. Couples who had never spent significant time together now shared space, labor, and decision-making. Habits clashed, expectations met reality, and differences emerged. Yet these challenges were framed as normal. Marriage was expected to be difficult, especially at first. Difficulty did not signal failure, it signaled adjustment. Those who entered marriage with little affection often approached it pragmatically. They focused on tasks rather than feelings, allowing familiarity to develop gradually. In some cases, Affection grew quietly through cooperation and shared endurance. In others, emotional distance remained. Both outcomes were accepted. Love was welcomed, but not required. For individuals who had resisted their betrothal internally, marriage could feel constricting. Dreams of alternative futures faded as daily responsibilities demanded attention. Emotional rebellion, if it existed, often softened into acceptance. Life's demands left little room for sustained resistance. Over time, adaptation became a form of peace. The long-term effects of childhood betrothal became most visible as years passed. Those who had never experienced choice learned to find meaning in continuity. Their sense of identity was rooted in role rather than preference. While this limited personal exploration, it provided clarity. Knowing who one was expected to be reduced uncertainty, even as it restricted freedom. In some cases, early betrothal created stronger partnerships. Growing up with the knowledge of a shared future encouraged alignment. Families prepared children with complementary skills, fostering cooperation. These marriages benefited from long-term expectation, entering adulthood already oriented toward mutual survival. In others, early arrangement created emotional detachment. The absence of choice sometimes translated into indifference. Yet even in these cases, life continued. Children were raised, households maintained, and communities sustained. Personal dissatisfaction did not halt the machinery of daily life. The social system surrounding marriage offered little space to question these outcomes. Success was measured externally. Stability, productivity, and reputation. Emotional fulfillment remained secondary. A marriage that functioned well was considered successful, regardless of personal feeling. Religious framing reinforced acceptance of this reality. Marriage was portrayed as a duty fulfilled, rather than an experience evaluated. Struggle within marriage was spiritualized, given meaning through endurance. This perspective offered comfort to some and resignation to others. In both cases, it reduced the impulse to resist. As individuals aged, the memory of childhood betrothal often faded into the background of lived experience. What had once felt imposed became familiar. The future promised in youth transformed into a present shaped by habit. The weight of early arrangement softened under the accumulation of shared history. Old age revealed the quiet consequences of these lives. Couples who had grown together over decades often relied deeply on one another. Familiarity replaced passion, but companionship emerged from endurance. In a world where many aspects of life were uncertain, shared history offered stability. For those whose marriages remained distant, old age could bring quiet loneliness. Yet even this was endured within the framework of expectation. Life was not judged by happiness alone, but by fulfillment of role. Having lived according to duty carried its own sense of worth. The system of childhood betrothals, for all its constraints, created continuity across generations. Families remained connected, land remained managed, and social order persisted. The cost was individual choice, but the benefit was predictability in a dangerous world. Understanding these long-term effects helps explain why the system endured. It was not maintained out of cruelty, but out of perceived necessity. In a society with limited resources and constant threats, reducing uncertainty was a priority. Childhood betrothal offered a way to manage the future before it arrived. This does not mean the system was emotionally neutral. It shaped hearts as much as lives, encouraging restraint, patience, and acceptance. People learned to live within the boundaries set for them, finding meaning where they could. Love, when present, adapted to structure rather than reshaping it. As medieval society continued, these patterns remained influential. Even as cultural expressions of romance evolved, the practice of arranging futures early persisted. It aligned with a worldview that valued continuity over exploration, duty over desire. This concludes the exploration of childhood betrothals and arranged futures. It reveals how lives were shaped long before adulthood, how emotional adaptation became a skill, and how marriage emerged not from choice, but from preparation. From here, the narrative will turn toward a different expression of medieval emotion, the idealized world of courtly love, where longing was elevated precisely because it was constrained. Within the rigid structure of medieval marriage, there emerged a parallel emotional world that existed almost entirely in imagination and ritual. This world was known as courtly love, a cultural ideal that transformed longing into art and distance into devotion. It did not challenge the institution of marriage directly, but it offered a space where emotion could be expressed without threatening social order. Courtly love was not about partnership or survival. It was about feeling refined, elevated, and painfully aware of desire. Courtly love developed primarily among the nobility, where daily survival was less immediate and leisure allowed for reflection. Noble courts were spaces of performance. Reputation, honor, and appearance mattered deeply. Within these environments, emotional expression became stylized. Love was not something to be acted upon freely, but something to be displayed through controlled suffering. The value of love lay in its difficulty. At the center of courtly love was the figure of the noble lady. She was idealized, distant, and often already married. Her unattainability was essential. Loving someone unavailable ensured that desire remained pure, untouched by physical reality. The lady became a symbol rather than a partner, representing beauty, virtue, and moral elevation. The lover's role was to admire, not to possess. The knight or courtly lover devoted himself to this idealized figure through ritualized behavior. He composed poems, performed deeds of bravery, and displayed loyalty in public ways. His love was meant to inspire virtue, not intimacy. Suffering was proof of sincerity. The more distant the lady, the deeper the devotion appeared. Love, in this sense, was measured by endurance rather than fulfillment. This framework allowed nobles to experience emotional intensity without disrupting arranged marriages. A knight could adore a lady without threatening inheritance or alliance. The relationship existed in a symbolic realm, governed by rules that emphasized restraint. Physical contact was discouraged or forbidden. Emotional expression remained indirect, mediated through art and ceremony. Poetry played a central role in this system. Courtly poems described longing, pain, and devotion in elaborate language. Metaphor transformed desire into something noble and controlled. The lover compared himself to a servant, a prisoner, or a pilgrim, emphasizing humility before the beloved. This language elevated emotion while containing it within acceptable forms. The lady's role was equally structured. She was expected to remain composed, offering minimal encouragement. A glance, a smile, or a token could sustain devotion for years. Excessive response risked scandal. Detachment preserved her honor and reinforced the ideal. The power imbalance was intentional. The lover existed in a state of submission, finding meaning in restraint. Courtly love functioned as a social performance. It reinforced values of loyalty, self-control, and refinement. By framing desire as discipline, it aligned emotional expression with noble ideals. This made love safe. It could be admired without being acted upon. In a society wary of uncontrolled passion, this was a valuable compromise. The contrast between courtly love and marriage was striking. Marriage was practical, public, and permanent. Courtly love was emotional, symbolic, and deliberately unresolved. One addressed survival, the other addressed longing. Together, they allowed noble society to acknowledge human desire without allowing it to destabilize social structures. Courtly love also shaped gender dynamics. Women gained symbolic power through unattainability. Their refusal became a source of influence. Men demonstrated virtue through patience and service. This inversion of power existed only within the ritual. In reality, social and legal authority remained firmly male-dominated. Courtly love offered a temporary, symbolic reversal that was safe precisely because it was not real. This system also provided an emotional outlet for those trapped in arranged marriages. Noble spouses could express dissatisfaction indirectly, channeling unfulfilled longing into poetic devotion. This did not resolve personal unhappiness, but it gave it form. Emotion became something to be contemplated rather than acted upon. Importantly, courtly love was not universal. It was a cultural ideal, not a lived experience for most people. It existed primarily in literature, music, and courtly ritual. Yet its influence was real. It shaped how nobles spoke about love, how they imagined desire, and how they understood emotional suffering. Even those who did not participate directly absorbed its values. The emphasis on suffering distinguished courtly love from later romantic ideals. Pain was not a failure of love, but its proof. Fulfillment would end devotion. Longing sustained it. This perspective reframed emotional frustration as meaningful rather than problematic. Desire became a source of identity and refinement. Courtly love also reinforced social hierarchy. Only those with leisure could afford prolonged emotional contemplation. Peasants had little time for symbolic longing. By associating the refined emotion with nobility, courtly love distinguished elite culture from everyday life. It became a marker of status as much as sentiment. Over time, these ideals spread through songs, stories, and performances. Troubadours carried them between courts, shaping a shared emotional vocabulary. Love became something one could discuss, admire, and perform without intending to resolve it. This vocabulary allowed nobles to articulate feelings that had no place in marriage arrangements. The tension between desire and restraint defined courtly love. It acknowledged human longing while insisting it remain unfulfilled. This tension created emotional intensity without risk. Love was experienced as an internal state rather than a relational process. It belonged to the lover, not to a shared life. Understanding courtly love reveals how medieval society managed emotion among the elite. It created a controlled space for desire, separate from marriage and survival. In doing so, it preserved social order while acknowledging the complexity of the human heart. This concludes the first part of the exploration of courtly love. It establishes the ideals, structures, and emotional logic of noble romance. The next part will examine how these ideals played out in practice through ritual, tokens, and symbolic gestures that sustained devotion without fulfillment. As courtly love moved from idea to lived ritual, it expressed itself through carefully controlled gestures that transformed emotion into symbol. These gestures allowed nobles to participate in romance without threatening social boundaries. Everything was indirect. Words replaced touch, symbols replaced intimacy, and repetition replaced resolution. Courtly love thrived, precisely because it never needed to be completed. Public spaces within noble courts became stages for this emotional performance. Feasts, tournaments, and ceremonies offered opportunities to demonstrate devotion without explanation. A knight might wear the colors of his chosen lady during a tournament, a visible sign that required no speech. The meaning was understood by all, yet never officially acknowledged. This ambiguity protected both parties, allowing emotion to exist without consequence. Tournaments were especially important in this ritual. They combined physical display with symbolic meaning. A knight's success could be interpreted as proof of devotion, his effort inspired by the presence of the beloved. Victory honored the lady even if she never acknowledged it openly. Defeat, too, could be framed as noble suffering. In both outcomes, love remained intact because it was never dependent on results. Tokens played a subtle role in sustaining these emotional bonds. A ribbon, a glove, or a small piece of fabric could become a powerful symbol when given or received. These items were not valuable in themselves. Their worth came from association. Possessing a token allowed the lover to feel connected, even in absence. The token carried meaning without requiring explanation. The exchange of tokens followed unwritten rules. The lady's gift was often minimal, carefully chosen to avoid implication. The lover's interpretation, however, could be expansive. A simple gesture could sustain devotion for years. This imbalance preserved the structure of courtly love. The lady controlled access to encouragement, while the lover invested meaning. Language reinforced this dynamic. Courtly speech was formal, restrained, and symbolic. Direct declarations were rare. Instead, metaphors conveyed emotion indirectly. Love was described as service, devotion as duty, longing as imprisonment. This language elevated emotion while distancing it from everyday reality. It allowed nobles to speak of desire without admitting vulnerability. Music and poetry extended this emotional vocabulary. Songs performed at court allowed lovers to express feeling anonymously. A poem could be presented as art rather than confession. This anonymity protected reputation while allowing emotion to circulate. Listeners recognized themselves in these expressions, finding shared experience without exposure. The lady's response, when offered, followed similar restraint. A glance held slightly longer, a word spoken with warmth, or a token returned could sustain devotion without altering status. Refusal, too, was part of the ritual. A distant or cold response reinforced the lover's role as sufferer. In this system, rejection did not end love, it defined it. Courtly love also shaped behavior beyond romantic gesture. Lovers were expected to refine themselves, improving manners, speech, and conduct. Love was seen as a civilizing force, encouraging virtue and discipline. A devoted lover sought to become worthy of admiration, even if recognition never arrived. This self-improvement aligned personal emotion with social ideal. The emotional discipline required by courtly love mirrored broader noble values. Restraint signaled control, refinement, and honor. Uncontrolled passion threatened reputation. By containing desire within ritual, nobles demonstrated mastery over self. This mastery was admired, reinforcing the appeal of the system. Despite its emphasis on restraint, courtly love carried emotional intensity. Longing was prolonged deliberately. Resolution would end the experience. The lover's identity became tied to desire itself. Without fulfillment, love could continue indefinitely, shaping behavior and self-understanding. This endurance transformed suffering into purpose. Courtly love also offered an emotional refuge for those in unfulfilling marriages. It allowed nobles to imagine intimacy without disrupting alliances. While this did not address marital dissatisfaction directly, it provided a sense of emotional agency. One could choose whom to love, even if one could not choose whom to marry. The separation between symbolic love and physical reality was carefully maintained. When boundaries were crossed, scandal followed. Adultery threatened inheritance, honor, and political stability. Courtly love worked best when everyone involved respected its limits. It was a shared illusion sustained by collective agreement. Over time, these practices became deeply ingrained in noble culture. Children growing up in courts absorbed the language and rituals of courtly love as part of social education. They learned how to admire, how to suffer gracefully, and how to maintain ambiguity. Emotional expression became a skill to be practiced, not a spontaneous impulse. The influence of courtly love extended beyond individual relationships. It shaped ideals of masculinity and femininity. Men were encouraged to be devoted and self-controlled. Women were idealized as distant and virtuous. These roles reinforced existing hierarchies while offering symbolic power within constraint. Courtly love also shaped how time was experienced emotionally. Longing stretched moments, turning brief encounters into lasting memories. Waiting became meaningful. This temporal extension of emotion contrasted sharply with the immediacy of daily labor. It allowed nobles to experience a different rhythm of feeling, slow and reflective. Understanding these practices reveals why courtly love endured as an ideal. It balanced emotion and order, offering intensity without risk. It acknowledged desire while denying action. In doing so, it created a safe space for longing within a rigid society. This concludes the second part of the exploration of courtly love. It has examined how ritual, symbolism, and restraint transformed desire into performance. The final part will explore the limits of this system, including its contradictions, tensions, and the moments when symbolic love collided with reality. Despite its elegance and emotional depth, courtly love contained contradictions that were never fully resolved. It celebrated desire while denying fulfillment, elevated women symbolically while limiting their real autonomy, and allowed emotional expression while forbidding its natural conclusion. These tensions were not flaws in the system, but features that defined it. Courtly love was designed to remain incomplete, sustained by imbalance rather than harmony. One of the most striking contradictions lay in the separation between emotion and reality. Courtly love invited intense feeling, yet required that those feelings remain largely internal. This created a culture where longing was prolonged and refined, but rarely answered. For some, this offered a sense of purpose and identity. For others, it became a source of quiet frustration. The system provided no resolution, only continuation. The emotional labor demanded of the lover was significant. Sustaining devotion over years required discipline and imagination. The beloved remained distant, often inaccessible, not only emotionally, but physically. The lover's experience was shaped by anticipation rather than interaction. This focus on inner life aligned with noble ideals of self-control, but it also risked emotional stagnation. Desire was endlessly rehearsed, never transformed. For women, courtly love offered symbolic power but little practical freedom. As idealized figures, noble ladies inspired devotion and shaped behavior, yet their participation was tightly constrained. Too much encouragement risked scandal. Too much distance risked cruelty. Navigating this balance required skill. The lady's authority existed only within the ritual, disappearing outside it. In everyday life, social and legal limitations remained unchanged. Courtly love also existed alongside marriage, not in opposition to it. This coexistence required careful separation. A noble might devote himself emotionally to one person while remaining legally bound to another. This division of emotional and practical life was normalized. Love and marriage served different purposes, each fulfilling a role within the social order. However, the boundary between symbolic devotion and real transgression was not always maintained. When courtly relationships crossed into physical intimacy, the consequences could be severe. Adultery threatened inheritance, honor, and political stability. Scandals erupted when the illusion of restraint failed. These moments revealed the fragility of the system. Courtly love depended on collective agreement. Once broken, it exposed real vulnerabilities. Literature reflected these tensions. Stories of courtly lovers often ended in tragedy or renunciation. Fulfillment, when it appeared, brought ruin. This narrative pattern reinforced the idea that love's power lay in longing rather than satisfaction. Resolution disrupted the ideal. Endurance preserved it. The emotional appeal of courtly love lay partly in its contrast to everyday life. Noble existence, though privileged, was constrained by obligation and formality. Courtly love offered a private emotional landscape, rich and intense, even if it remained unrealized. It allowed individuals to feel deeply without changing their circumstances. Over time, these ideals shaped noble identity. Being capable of refined longing became a marker of sophistication. Emotional sensitivity, when properly contained, distinguished the elite from those focused solely on survival. Courtly love thus reinforced class distinctions, associating emotional complexity with status. Yet not all nobles embraced this ideal. Some viewed it as artificial or impractical. Critics questioned the value of suffering without outcome. Others warned of its potential to distract from duty. These critiques existed alongside admiration, reflecting ongoing tension within noble culture. Courtly love also influenced expectations of masculinity. Men were encouraged to express vulnerability through controlled channels. Suffering became honorable when framed as devotion. This reframing allowed emotional expression without threatening authority. Masculinity expanded to include patience and longing, provided they were disciplined. For women, the ideal emphasized virtue and distance. Being admired required restraint. Emotional expression was carefully rationed. This reinforced expectations of modesty while granting symbolic influence. The lady's power lay in refusal, a paradoxical form of agency within constraint. As centuries passed, the influence of courtly love extended beyond noble courts. Its language and ideals filtered into broader culture, shaping later conceptions of romance. Yet in its original medieval form, it remained bound to hierarchy and restraint. It was never intended to democratize love or encourage personal choice. Courtly love ultimately reveals how medieval society managed emotional excess among the elite. It created a structured outlet for longing that preserved order. It acknowledged desire without allowing it to disrupt marriage, inheritance, or power. In this sense, it was a solution to a specific social problem rather than a universal expression of love. The endurance of courtly love as an idea speaks to its emotional resonance. Even without fulfillment, it provided meaning. It transformed waiting into purpose and restraint into virtue. For those living within rigid structures, this transformation mattered deeply, yet the system's limitations were clear. It privileged symbolism over connection, imagination over shared life. It offered intensity without intimacy. For some, this was enough. For others, it highlighted what was missing. The quiet tension between these responses shaped noble emotional life. As medieval society evolved, the ideals of courtly love would gradually change, blending with new ideas about individual choice and affection. But within its historical moment, courtly love remained a distinct expression of noble romance, defined by distance, ritual, and enduring longing. This concludes the exploration of courtly love and noble romance. It shows how medieval society created space for emotion within constraint, balancing desire and order through ritualized distance. The next section will turn to more tangible expressions of affection, examining how love was communicated through tokens, letters, and silent signals within both noble and common lives. In a world where open declarations of affection were rare and often discouraged, medieval people learned to communicate emotion through objects, gestures, and carefully chosen moments. Love, when expressed, moved quietly, relying on the symbols rather than speech. These symbols allowed feeling to exist without direct confrontation, offering a way to acknowledge connection while maintaining social boundaries. Tokens, letters, and silent signals formed a subtle language understood by those who lived within it. Tokens were among the most common and powerful expressions of affection. Their strength lay not in material value, but in meaning. A small object, given or received, could carry emotion far beyond its size. In noble circles, tokens often took the form of personal items: a ribbon, a glove, a sleeve detached from a garment. These items were intimate without being explicit. They suggested closeness while preserving distance. The act of giving a token required care. Timing mattered. Context mattered. The presence of witnesses could change interpretation. A token given publicly might be seen as ceremonial or symbolic, while one exchanged privately carried deeper implication. Yet even private exchanges relied on plausible ambiguity. The meaning of a token was rarely stated outright. It existed in shared understanding rather than declaration. Receiving a token created obligation. Acceptance implied acknowledgement, even if response remained minimal. Refusal, when it occurred, had to be managed delicately to avoid insult. Returning a token required tact. Silence often replaced explanation. In this way, tokens allowed communication without forcing confrontation. Emotion flowed, but quietly. For knights and nobles, influenced by courtly love, tokens reinforced devotion. Wearing a lady's colors during a tournament or attaching a ribbon to armor made emotion visible without making it explicit. Observers understood the gesture, yet nothing needed to be said. The token became a bridge between private feeling and public ritual. Among common people, tokens were simpler, but no less meaningful. A carved piece of wood, a handmade ribbon, or a small household item could signal interest. These gifts required effort rather than wealth. Their value lay in time spent, skill applied, and intention shown. In communities where resources were limited, such gestures carried weight. Letters offered another avenue for expression, though literacy limited their use. Writing required knowledge, materials, and opportunity. When letters were exchanged, they were treated with care. Words were chosen cautiously, often wrapped in metaphor or formality. Direct language risked exposure if the letter were discovered. Ambiguity provided protection. Delivery posed its own challenges. Letters rarely traveled directly between sender and recipient. Messengers were used, servants, relatives, or trusted intermediaries. Each link introduced risk. Messages could be delayed, lost, or read by unintended eyes. As a result, letters often avoided clarity. Meaning was layered, accessible only to those who understood the context. Even illiterate individuals participated in this exchange through dictated letters or symbolic messages. A letter might be read aloud by a trusted person, its tone softened by ritual. Alternatively, symbols could replace words entirely. A pressed flower, a marked object, or a repeated gesture served as communication without text. Silent signals filled the gaps left by limited speech. A glance held longer than usual. A pause during conversation a gesture repeated across time. These moments required attention to be noticed. They rewarded patience rather than boldness. In a world accustomed to observation, such signals were rarely missed. Public spaces offered opportunities for these exchanges. Markets, churches, and festivals allowed brief interaction under the cover of normal activity. A look exchanged across a crowd could sustain emotion for days. These moments were fleeting, but their scarcity increased their impact. The effectiveness of silent signals depended on shared understanding. Cultural norms taught people how to interpret behavior. Deviations from routine carried meaning. A change in pattern signaled intention. Because life followed predictable rhythms, even small variations were noticeable. Silence itself became expressive. Choosing not to speak could communicate restraint, respect, or longing. In some cases, silence protected both parties, allowing emotion to exist without consequence. Words were powerful and risky. Silence offered safety. The church's presence influenced these practices. Public morality discouraged overt expression, pushing affection into indirect forms. Confession and spiritual counsel acknowledged emotion without encouraging action. This environment rewarded subtlety. Those who mastered indirect communication navigated emotional life more safely. Tokens and letters also served as memory. Objects preserved feeling across distance and time. A token carried on a journey, a letter kept hidden, allowed emotion to endure beyond immediate presence. In a world where separation was common, these artifacts sustained connection. The fragility of these symbols added to their power. Loss or discovery could have consequences. A misplaced token might spark rumor. A discovered letter could invite judgment. This risk heightened emotional investment. Care became part of expression through tokens, letters, and silent signals. Medieval people created a language of affection suited to their world. It was quiet, indirect, and resilient. It allowed love to exist within constraint, acknowledging human feeling while respecting the social order. This concludes the first part of the exploration of medieval emotional communication. It establishes how affection moved through symbols rather than speech. The next part will examine how chaperones, supervision, and moral oversight shaped these exchanges and added further layers of complexity. While tokens and letters allowed emotion to circulate quietly, they did not exist in a vacuum. Every exchange unfolded under the constant presence of observation. Medieval society was deeply communal, and privacy was limited. As a result, affection had to navigate layers of supervision imposed by family, community, and religious authority. These layers did not eliminate emotional communication, but they shaped it carefully, adding complexity and caution to every gesture. Chaperones were one of the most visible expressions of this oversight. Their presence was not limited to formal courtship, but extended into everyday life. A young woman was rarely alone in public. Walks, visits, and even routine errands were often accompanied by relatives or older women tasked with observation. Their role was not merely to prevent impropriety, but to preserve reputation. Reputation functioned as social currency, and its protection justified constant vigilance. This supervision altered how tokens and signals were exchanged. Gifts had to appear innocent or easily explained. A ribbon might be presented as a practical item, a letter disguised as household instruction. Even when meaning was understood privately, public interpretation needed to remain neutral. Ambiguity was essential. It allowed affection to exist without becoming accusation. Men navigating this environment learned patience. Opportunities for expression were brief and unpredictable. A moment of inattention by a chaperone, a crowded setting, or a shared task could create space for exchange. These moments were treasured precisely because they were rare. The scarcity of opportunity intensified emotional focus. Family members often acted as intermediaries, intentionally or unintentionally. A younger sibling might carry a message without fully understanding its significance. An older relative might choose to ignore signs they preferred not to see. This selective blindness was a form of social negotiation, balancing moral expectation with human reality. The church's influence extended beyond doctrine into daily behavior. Sermons emphasized modesty and restraint, shaping community standards. Confession provided a controlled outlet for emotional admission. Individuals could acknowledge desire without acting on it, reinforcing the idea that feeling itself was not sinful, but action required discipline. This distinction allowed emotion to persist internally. Written communication faced additional scrutiny. Monasteries, households, and courts often controlled correspondence. Letters could be opened, read, or delayed. This risk encouraged coded language. Writers relied on metaphor, shared references, and indirect phrasing. Meaning became layered, accessible only to those who shared context. Silence gained further importance under surveillance. Not responding to a letter or token could signal caution rather than rejection. Delayed response allowed time to assess risk. Absence of action preserved safety. In this environment, restraint communicated care as much as interest. Public rituals provided cover for emotional exchange. Festivals, religious processions, and market days allowed interaction within accepted boundaries. A gift exchanged during a celebration could be dismissed as custom. A glance during prayer could be interpreted as piety. These shared spaces offered brief freedom without challenging order. Surveillance also shaped memory. Objects had to be hidden carefully, letters stored discreetly. The act of concealment became part of emotional practice. Knowing where to hide a token or when to destroy a letter required judgment. Preservation and destruction were equally meaningful choices. The fear of gossip influenced every decision. Reputation traveled quickly in close communities. A single rumor could alter futures. As a result, emotional expression was measured against potential consequence. This calculation did not erase feeling, but it disciplined it. Women bore a disproportionate burden of this scrutiny. Their reputations were more fragile, their behavior more closely judged. A woman receiving a token risked assumptions about consent or intention. Navigating these risks required caution. Many chose silence as protection. Men faced different risks, often related to honor and obligation. Pursuing affection without approval could invite conflict or punishment. Emotional expression was constrained by hierarchy. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat required social awareness. Despite these pressures, affection persisted. Supervision did not eliminate emotion, it refined it. People learned to read subtlety, to value patience, and to communicate through absence as much as presence. Love became something shaped by circumstance rather than impulse. This environment fostered a particular emotional intelligence. Understanding when not to act became as important as knowing when to act. Restraint was not weakness, but skill. Those who navigated these constraints successfully maintained connection without exposure. Over time, these practices became normalized. Young people learned them through observation. They absorbed unspoken rules about timing, discretion, and interpretation. Emotional communication became a shared cultural skill rather than an individual impulse. The constant presence of supervision also reinforced communal responsibility. Relationships were never entirely private. Their success or failure affected families and reputations. This awareness encouraged caution and consideration, aligning personal feeling with social stability. As a result, tokens, letters, and silent signals operated within a dense web of observation. Their effectiveness depended on discretion and shared understanding. They allowed emotion to move quietly through a world that valued order over expression. This concludes the second part of the exploration of medieval emotional communication. It has shown how supervision and moral oversight shaped the language of affection. The final part will explore how festivals, chance encounters, and communal gatherings provided rare spaces where emotion could surface more openly, if only briefly. Beyond daily supervision and careful restraint, medieval life offered rare moments when emotional expression could surface more openly, though never without limits. These moments appeared during festivals, communal gatherings, and shared labor that temporarily loosened the strict patterns of observation. Within these spaces, tokens, glances, and gestures gained intensity, shaped by the knowledge that such opportunities were fleeting. What could not be said in ordinary time might be hinted at during these brief intervals of sanctioned closeness. Festivals played a central role in this emotional release. Feast days, harvest celebrations, and religious holidays disrupted routine. Music, food, and collective joy altered the usual seriousness of life. Social hierarchies softened slightly, allowing interaction that would otherwise be questioned. Dancing, singing, and shared movement created physical proximity without immediate suspicion. In these moments, a smile or a touch could pass unnoticed or be forgiven as part of celebration. The temporary suspension of strict behavior during festivals made them emotionally charged. Knowing that normal boundaries would soon return, people invested these occasions with heightened attention. A single exchange during a celebration could sustain feeling for weeks or months. Tokens given at such times carried special meaning, marked by memory and context. The object became inseparable from the moment it represented. Markets and fairs offered similar opportunities, though practical in purpose. They gathered people from different places and households. Familiar patterns of supervision weakened amid crowds. Chance encounters occurred, brief and unscripted. A look exchanged across a stall or a conversation shared while waiting could create connection. These interactions relied on anonymity as much as familiarity, blending recognition with uncertainty. Shared labor also created space for silent communication. Agricultural work, building projects, or seasonal tasks brought people together for extended periods. Focused on effort rather than observation, individuals found moments to exchange gestures unnoticed. Cooperation itself became expressive. Working alongside someone consistently allowed familiarity to develop without formal acknowledgement. In these settings, repetition mattered. Seeing the same person across multiple gatherings or tasks created a sense of continuity. Patterns emerged. A greeting repeated, a shared pause, a consistent presence. These patterns formed the foundation of connection, built not on conversation, but on recognition. Emotional bonds grew through familiarity rather than declaration. Yet even in these moments, caution remained. Public spaces did not erase consequence. Gossip thrived where crowds gathered. A gesture noticed by the wrong person could change interpretation entirely. As a result, expression remained controlled. Emotion surfaced briefly, then retreated. This rhythm of appearance and disappearance defined medieval affection. Music and communal performance intensified this rhythm. Songs allowed emotion to be shared without ownership. A lyric could speak for many, allowing individuals to hear their own feelings reflected without exposure. Dancing offered structured contact regulated by custom. Physical closeness was permitted within choreography, framed as tradition rather than desire. These shared experiences created emotional memory. A festival ended, a market dispersed, labor concluded, but the memory lingered. Tokens and letters preserved these memories, transforming fleeting interaction into enduring connection. Emotion was extended through remembrance, not repetition. The unpredictability of these opportunities added to their power. They could not be planned with certainty. Weather, authority, or circumstance could cancel gatherings. This uncertainty heightened anticipation. When moments arrived, they were cherished. Emotional intensity was concentrated rather than sustained. For those under betrothal or arranged marriage, such moments carried particular weight. They offered glimpses of alternative emotional possibilities without altering destiny. A shared laugh or look allowed imagination to wander briefly, even if action was impossible. These experiences did not always lead to change, but they shaped inner life. Community awareness framed these interactions. Everyone understood the temporary nature of festivity. Excessive behavior risked lasting consequence. The shared understanding of limits allowed small transgressions to pass. Emotion was permitted in measured doses, contained by collective agreement. As medieval society repeated these cycles year after year, emotional life adapted to them. People learned to store feeling in memory, to revisit moments internally when expression was no longer possible. Love became something recalled as much as experienced. Memory carried emotional continuity through long periods of restraint. This reliance on memory shaped how tokens and letters were valued. They were anchors to lived moments, reminders of connection experienced briefly but remembered often. Possessing such an object meant possessing time itself, preserved in material form. The balance between expression and restraint defined medieval affection. Festivals, markets, and shared labor provided release valves within a system that valued control. Emotion flowed in pulses rather than streams. This rhythm allowed love to exist without destabilizing order. Understanding these rare spaces of openness completes the picture of medieval emotional communication. Tokens, letters, and silent signals did not operate alone. They were supported by moments when the world softened briefly, allowing feeling to surface before retreating again. This concludes the exploration of tokens, letters, and silent signals. It reveals how medieval people expressed affection within constraint, using objects, moments, and memory to sustain connection. From here, the narrative will move toward the forces that sought to regulate these expressions more directly: chaperones, moral authority, and the institutional oversight of intimacy. In medieval society, love did not unfold freely in private spaces, but under constant observation, shaped by custom, morality, and authority. Emotional life was regulated not only by family expectation, but by a broader system of supervision designed to protect order. Chaperones, moral codes, and the institutional power of the church worked together to define what kinds of intimacy were acceptable, when, and under what conditions. These forces did not erase affection, but they constrained it carefully, shaping how relationships formed and how they were perceived. Chaperoning was not limited to formal courtship. It was woven into everyday life, particularly for young women. A girl of marriageable age was rarely alone in public. Her movements were accompanied by relatives, neighbors, or older women tasked with oversight. These companions were not merely guardians of virtue, they were protectors of reputation. Reputation mattered deeply in medieval society, affecting marriage prospects, family honor, and social standing. Once damaged, it was difficult to restore. This constant presence altered how interactions unfolded. Conversations were polite, brief, and often indirect. Gestures that might be innocuous in private took on significance in public. A smile lingered too long could attract attention. Proximity was measured carefully. Young people learned to navigate this scrutiny intuitively, adjusting behavior to avoid misinterpretation. Men, too, were subject to moral oversight, though in different ways. Their behavior reflected on their families and status. Pursuing a woman without proper permission risked conflict with her family or intervention by local authority. Courtship was expected to follow established paths. Deviating from these paths invited suspicion and consequence. Families acted as the first line of moral regulation. Parents monitored interactions closely, guiding behavior through instruction and example. Advice was often indirect, framed as caution rather than prohibition. Children learned what was expected by observing consequences faced by others. Stories of scandal served as warnings, reinforcing boundaries without explicit rules. The church's influence extended deeply into this system. Religious teaching shaped moral understanding. emphasizing chastity, modesty, and restraint. Sermons addressed behavior openly, reminding congregations of the spiritual risks associated with improper intimacy. Confession provided a structured space where desire could be acknowledged but disciplined. Individuals learned to separate feeling from action, understanding one as temptation and the other as sin. This distinction was crucial. Medieval morality did not deny emotion, but it insisted on control. Desire itself was not always condemned, but indulgence without sanction was. This framework allowed people to experience longing internally while conforming outwardly. Emotional discipline became a spiritual practice, reinforced by ritual and repetition. Chaperones functioned as extensions of this moral order. Their presence reminded individuals of expectation without constant verbal enforcement. Silence and proximity were often enough. A chaperone's glance could redirect behavior. Their authority lay in observation rather than intervention. By being present, they shaped interaction subtly. The effectiveness of this system depended on shared belief. Community members largely accepted these norms, seeing them as protective rather than oppressive. Order preserved stability. In a world where social disruption carried serious consequences, moral regulation felt necessary. Emotional restraint was understood as part of responsible adulthood. Public spaces reinforced these values. Churches, markets, and gatherings operated under implicit codes of conduct. Behavior was visible, and visibility encouraged conformity. Individuals adjusted expression according to context, becoming adept at reading environment and audience. Emotional intelligence developed through awareness rather than exploration. The church also regulated marriage directly, defining when intimacy was permitted. Sexual relations outside marriage were condemned, reinforcing the importance of sanctioned unions. This regulation extended to betrothals, emphasizing consent while supporting parental authority. The church balanced doctrine with social reality, maintaining influence without destabilizing families. Punishment for moral transgression varied. Public penance, social shame, or spiritual consequence reinforced norms. These penalties were as much about restoring order as about correction. Fear of exposure often proved more powerful than punishment itself. The possibility of being talked about, judged, or remembered discouraged risk. Yet despite this oversight, people continued to form attachments. Supervision shaped expression, not emotion. Love adapted, finding paths through silence, patience, and indirect communication. The very presence of control intensified feeling by making it scarce. What was restricted became precious. Over time, individuals internalized these controls. Moral supervision became self-regulation. People learned to monitor their own thoughts and actions, aligning them with expectation. This internal discipline reduced overt conflict, sustaining social order without constant enforcement. Understanding chaperones and moral oversight reveals how medieval society balanced human desire with communal stability. Control was not absolute, but it was pervasive. It shaped how people moved, spoke, and felt. Love existed within these boundaries, molded by watchful eyes and shared belief. This concludes the first part of the exploration of chaperones, morality, and church control. It establishes the framework of supervision that governed emotional life. The next part will examine how religious authority extended into law, ritual, and daily discipline, further shaping intimate relationships. Beyond daily supervision and social expectation, religious authority provided the deepest framework governing intimacy in medieval life. The Church did not merely comment on relationships, it defined their moral structure through doctrine, ritual, and law. It shaped how love was understood, when it was permitted, and how it was disciplined. This influence reached into homes, thoughts, and private struggles, creating an environment where intimacy was never separate from faith. Marriage stood at the center of this religious regulation. It was taught as a sacrament, a sacred bond reflecting divine order. Entering marriage meant submitting personal desire to spiritual purpose. Love within marriage was encouraged, but always framed as secondary to duty and procreation. Pleasure was permitted only within strict boundaries, and even then it was accompanied by instruction and caution. The Church's goal was not to extinguish intimacy, but to control its form. This control extended to timing. Certain days were forbidden for sexual relations, including holy days, fasts, and periods of mourning. These restrictions reinforced the idea that intimacy was not purely personal, but subject to communal and spiritual rhythms. Couples learned to align their private lives with religious calendars, integrating faith into the most intimate aspects of existence. Confession played a crucial role in this system. It offered a private space where individuals could acknowledge desire, temptation, or transgression. Through confession, the Church gained insight into emotional life while reinforcing discipline. Penitents were guided to reflect, restrain, and correct themselves. Confession transformed private feeling into moral responsibility, shaping internal awareness. Religious instruction also shaped expectations long before marriage. Sermons addressed behavior openly, warning against flirtation, secrecy, and impropriety. These messages were repeated weekly, embedding moral guidance into routine. The constant reinforcement made norms feel natural rather than imposed. People learned to measure behavior against spiritual consequence. The Church's influence extended into law. Canon law regulated marriage, defining consent, legitimacy, and inheritance. While parental authority remained strong, the requirement of consent at marriage introduced complexity. In theory, individuals could refuse a match. In practice, social pressure often outweighed legal possibility. The Church balanced individual agency with social order, maintaining authority without encouraging disruption. Monastic life represented the extreme end of religious control. Those who entered monasteries or convents renounced marriage entirely, dedicating their emotional energy to God. Yet even within these spaces, intimacy was regulated carefully. Rules governed interaction, speech, and proximity. Emotional bonds were monitored, reflecting the belief that desire could arise anywhere and required constant vigilance. Moral oversight also shaped gender expectations. Women were viewed as particularly vulnerable to temptation and therefore subject to stricter control. Their behavior was scrutinized closely, justified by concern for virtue. Men, while also regulated, were often granted more leniency. This imbalance reinforced existing hierarchies, framing control as protection. The church's authority was reinforced through ritual. Weddings, baptisms, and confessions were public affirmations of moral order. These rituals made private life visible, reinforcing communal involvement. Intimacy was never entirely private. It was embedded within shared belief and observation. Punishment reinforced this system. Public penance, fasting, or exclusion reminded individuals of consequence. The visibility of punishment served as warning. Shame functioned as a powerful tool, encouraging conformity without constant enforcement. Fear of spiritual consequence added weight to social judgment. Despite this extensive control, the church recognized human weakness. Moral teaching acknowledged temptation as universal. This acknowledgement allowed compassion within discipline. Individuals were expected to struggle, not to be perfect. This balance made the system sustainable, offering guidance rather than impossible demand. Over time, religious authority shaped internal moral landscapes. Individuals learned to monitor their own thoughts, aligning emotion with doctrine. Self-regulation reduced the need for external enforcement. Desire became something to be managed internally, integrated into spiritual life. This integration of intimacy and faith created a distinct emotional environment. Love was not purely personal, it was spiritual and communal. Choices carried moral significance. Intimacy was meaningful precisely because it was controlled. This framing shaped how people experienced connection, restraint, and longing. Understanding the church's role clarifies why medieval relationships appear constrained by modern standards. Control was not accidental, it was intentional and systematic. It aimed to protect social order, spiritual health, and communal stability. Love existed within this framework, disciplined but persistent. This concludes the second part of the exploration of chaperones, morality, and church control. It has examined how religious authority extended into law, ritual, and personal discipline. The final part will explore how individuals navigated, resisted, or adapted to this control in daily life, finding ways to live with desire within constraint. Living under constant moral supervision required adaptation. Medieval people did not simply submit passively to oversight, they learned how to live within it. Over time, restraint became habitual, woven into daily behavior and thought. Individuals developed quiet strategies for managing desire, expectation, and emotion without openly defying authority. This was not rebellion in a dramatic sense, but adjustment, a practical response to a world where open resistance carried heavy cost. One of the most common adaptations was selective conformity. Outward behavior aligned closely with moral norms, while inner life remained private. People learned how to appear obedient while carrying unspoken feelings. This separation between internal experience and external conduct was essential. It allowed individuals to preserve personal emotion without risking social punishment. Silence became a shield. Families played a key role in this process. Parents taught children not only rules, but how to interpret them. Through example, they demonstrated when to be cautious, when to remain silent, and when discretion mattered most. Emotional intelligence was cultivated through observation rather than instruction. Children learned quickly that survival depended on reading situations accurately. Community complicity also shaped navigation of moral control. While norms were enforced, there was often quiet tolerance for behavior that did not openly challenge order. Elders might ignore small deviations, provided appearances were maintained. This selective enforcement created space for humanity within rigidity. Everyone understood that perfection was unrealistic. What mattered was stability. Within this environment, people relied heavily on timing. Knowing when to speak and when to remain silent mattered more than what was said. Emotional expression was often postponed rather than denied. Waiting became a skill. Time softened urgency, allowing feelings to be integrated gradually into accepted structures like marriage or spiritual devotion. Faith itself offered tools for adaptation. Prayer, ritual, and contemplation provided outlets for emotion. Desire could be reframed as longing for a divine connection. Suffering gained meaning when interpreted spiritually. This reframing did not eliminate feeling, but it altered its direction. Many individuals found genuine comfort in this integration. At the same time, small acts of resistance existed. They were subtle and often ambiguous. A delayed response, a prolonged glance, or a private token could signal defiance without declaration. These acts did not seek to overturn norms, but to carve out personal space within them. Resistance took the form of quiet persistence rather than confrontation. Gender shaped these strategies differently. Women, facing stricter scrutiny, often relied on invisibility, managing household tasks, maintaining modest demeanor, and avoiding attention provided protection. Emotional life was often directed inward or expressed through socially acceptable roles like piety or caretaking. Men, though also constrained, had slightly more freedom to move and interact, shaping their adaptations accordingly. The Church's awareness of human adaptation influenced its approach. Doctrine acknowledged weakness and offered forgiveness. This acknowledgement allowed individuals to navigate moral life without constant despair. Confession provided renewal, allowing people to continue within the system despite imperfection. The cycle of fault and absolution sustained compliance. Over generations, these patterns created a culture where emotional restraint was normalized. People did not experience constant tension between desire and rule. They experienced habit. Moral boundaries became internalized. What might seem oppressive from a modern perspective often felt ordinary to those living within it. This normalization shaped emotional memory. Individuals remembered love as something careful, slow, and often unspoken. Passion existed, but it was tempered by patience. Relationships developed within accepted limits, shaped by time rather than urgency. This created a different emotional texture, quieter but steady. Occasionally, this balance broke. Scandals emerged when restraint failed or secrecy was exposed. These moments reminded everyone of the system's power. Public response reinforced boundaries, restoring order through punishment or shame. Such events served as cautionary tales, strengthening conformity. Yet even scandals revealed humanity. They demonstrated that control was never absolute. Desire persisted beneath oversight. The system managed emotion, but it did not extinguish it. This tension between rule and feeling defined medieval intimacy. As people aged, navigation of moral control often became easier. Experience brought confidence. Older individuals understood which boundaries mattered most and which could bend quietly. Their authority within families allowed subtle flexibility. Life experience softened rigid application of rule. Understanding these adaptations completes the picture of chaperones, morality, and church control. Oversight shaped emotional life deeply, but it did not erase individuality. People learned to live with desire by managing its expression carefully. Love survived through patience, discretion, and quiet endurance. This concludes Section 6. It reveals how medieval society regulated intimacy through supervision and belief, and how individuals adapted to that regulation. The next section will turn toward everyday courtship among common people, examining how practical love functioned beyond noble ritual and religious control. Far from noble courts and poetic ideals, most medieval people experienced love within the grounded reality of daily labor. For peasants, courtship was not a symbolic performance or an emotional experiment. It was a practical process shaped by necessity, familiarity, and shared survival. Love, when it appeared, grew from routine rather than ritual, from cooperation rather than longing. Emotional life unfolded quietly alongside work, embedded in tasks that left little room for abstraction. Peasant communities were small, close-knit, and repetitive. People lived among the same faces for years, often generations. Familiarity preceded attraction. A young person did not meet strangers in search of connection. They grew up alongside those who would one day become potential partners. Courtship began not with intention, but with recognition. Someone was noticed because they worked steadily, handled animals well, or managed hardship without complaint. These qualities mattered more than charm. Work provided the primary context for interaction. Fields, barns, mills, and communal ovens brought people together daily. Conversation emerged naturally during shared labor. There was little need for formal introduction. Everyone knew who everyone was, where they came from, and what they contributed. Reputation formed early and lasted. In such an environment, attraction was built on observation over time rather than first impressions. Practical considerations guided interest. A potential partner's ability to contribute to a household was essential. Strength, endurance, and skill signaled reliability. A person who could repair tools, manage livestock, or produce food consistently was valuable. Emotional compatibility was measured through cooperation rather than conversation. Could this person work alongside me? Could we endure hardship together? Gifts in peasant courtship reflected this practicality. They were useful rather than decorative. Food, firewood, handmade items, or help with labor served as expressions of interest. These gestures demonstrated willingness to invest effort. Time spent mattered more than objects exchanged. Offering help repeatedly created familiarity and trust. Courtship was gradual and understated. There were few clear markers, distinguishing friendship from romantic interest. The transition occurred through repetition, helping someone consistently, seeking their company during tasks, or choosing to work together signaled intention. These patterns were noticed by others, gradually acknowledged by families. Family involvement was immediate and influential. Parents observed interactions closely, not out of romance, but concern. A match affected household stability. If interest appeared mutual and practical, families might encourage it. If concerns arose, intervention was subtle but firm. Disapproval did not require explanation. Reduced opportunity and redirection often ended courtship quietly. Unlike noble arrangements, peasant courtship allowed slightly more flexibility. Economic necessity mattered, but emotional preference was not entirely irrelevant. Within limits, individuals could express interest, yet choice remained bounded. Land, resources, and labor needs shaped outcomes. Love could exist, but it needed to align with survival. Conversation during courtship remained focused on daily life. Topics were practical: weather, crops, animals, village news. Emotional expression was indirect. Feelings were communicated through presence rather than words. Silence shared during work could feel intimate. Comfort developed through routine. Marriage followed quickly once agreement formed. Long engagements were rare. Delay introduced uncertainty. If resources allowed, a union proceeded. The wedding itself was simple, often celebrated within the community. The transition from courtship to marriage was not dramatic. Life continued with adjusted roles. For many peasants, love grew after marriage. Shared responsibility created connection. Raising children, surviving winters, and managing scarcity fostered mutual reliance. Affection emerged from trust built under pressure. This love was quieter than idealized romance, but deeply rooted. Disappointment existed, but expectations were limited. Marriage was not imagined as a source of happiness alone. It was a partnership for survival. Emotional fulfillment, when present, was a gift rather than a guarantee. This perspective reduced the shock of hardship. Peasant courtship also reflected communal values. Individual behavior affected group stability. Excessive secrecy or defiance invited gossip and intervention. Courtship remained visible and integrated into community life. This visibility discouraged extremes and encouraged moderation. Gender roles shaped interaction. Men demonstrated interest through labor and provision. Women expressed acceptance through cooperation and presence. These roles were understood and rarely questioned. Courtship followed predictable patterns, reducing uncertainty. Despite its simplicity, peasant courtship carried emotional depth. Familiarity bred attachment. Shared memory accumulated quickly. A life built together from necessity could produce quiet devotion. Love was not absent, it was understated. Understanding peasant courtship reveals a different model of medieval love. It was not symbolic or restrained by ritual, but shaped by work and community. Emotion followed function. Desire adapted to necessity. This concludes the first part of the exploration of peasant courtship and practical love. It establishes how affection grew from daily life and shared labor. The next part will examine how marriage negotiations, community involvement, and economic pressure shaped these relationships further. As peasant courtship moved beyond quiet familiarity, it entered a phase shaped heavily by negotiation, observation, and collective judgment. Unlike noble marriages, governed by written contracts and distant alliances, peasant unions were negotiated face to face within the shared knowledge of the village. Everyone involved understood that a marriage affected not only two individuals, but the balance of labor, land use, and mutual obligation within the community. Economic readiness was the decisive factor. Affection alone could not sustain a household. Before marriage could proceed, there needed to be assurance that the couple could survive. This often meant waiting until sufficient resources were available. A small plot of land, access to tools, animals, or a place within an existing household determined timing. Courtship could last months or years while conditions aligned. Families played a central role in this evaluation. Parents assessed potential matches pragmatically. They considered work ethic, health, temperament, and family reputation. A young person's feelings mattered, but they were weighed against practical reality. If a match threatened stability, families intervened. This intervention was rarely dramatic. Opportunities were quietly limited, work reassigned, or social pressure applied until interest faded. Community opinion reinforced these judgments. Villages operated on shared memory. Past behavior mattered. A family known for reliability inspired trust. One known for conflict or neglect raised concern. Courtship unfolded in public view, allowing community consensus to form. Approval was collective rather than individual. Dowries and exchanges existed among peasants, though modest compared to noble arrangements. A bride might bring linens, tools, or small livestock. A groom contributed labor, land access, or housing. These exchanges symbolized commitment and readiness. They were discussed openly, without ceremony, reflecting transparency rather than romance. Marriage ceremonies themselves emphasized community inclusion. Weddings were social events, attended by neighbors who would witness and remember the union. This public affirmation reinforced accountability. A marriage was not a private choice, but a communal fact. The community had an interest in its success. Once married, roles adjusted quickly. There was little separation between courtship and domestic life. Couples entered shared labor immediately. This rapid transition reduced emotional uncertainty. Expectations were clear. Each partner knew what was required. Conflict resolution followed similar communal patterns. Disputes were often addressed informally through family or neighbors. The goal was restoration of function rather than emotional reconciliation. Harmony mattered because cooperation mattered. Enduring disagreement without disruption was valued. Gender expectations remained firm. Men were expected to provide labor and protection. Women managed domestic production and caregiving. These roles were complementary rather than equal, yet daily necessity often blurred boundaries. Survival demanded flexibility. Women worked fields when needed. Men assisted with domestic tasks when required. Pragmatism overrode ideology. Love within peasant marriage was expressed through reliability, showing up daily, fulfilling obligations, and supporting one another during hardship demonstrated commitment. Words mattered less than action. Emotional security grew from consistency rather than affirmation. Children strengthened these bonds, shared responsibility for survival and upbringing, deepened connection. Parenting was demanding and collective. Extended family and neighbors participated. This network reduced isolation, integrating emotional life into communal experience. Widowhood and remarriage were common due to high mortality. Second marriages were often pragmatic. Experience shaped expectations. Older individuals valued companionship and cooperation. Love, when present, was calm and grounded. Peasant love was resilient because it was realistic. It did not rely on idealization. It adapted to scarcity and loss. Emotional fulfillment was found in shared endurance rather than escape. Understanding this negotiation-driven model reveals why peasant relationships often appeared stable. Stability was prioritized deliberately. Choice existed, but it operated within narrow boundaries shaped by necessity. This concludes the second part of the exploration of peasant courtship and practical love. It has shown how negotiation, community involvement, and economic readiness shaped relationships. The final part will examine emotional life within peasant marriages over time, including endurance, affection, and quiet resilience. Over time, peasant marriages settled into rhythms shaped by repetition, necessity, and shared memory. What began as cautious courtship and practical agreement transformed into a lived partnership sustained by habit. Love, in this context, was rarely dramatic. It was woven into daily actions, revealed through endurance rather than declaration. Emotional life did not disappear. It simply followed the pace of work, seasons, and survival. The first years of marriage were often the most demanding. Young couples adjusted to shared responsibility quickly. There was little separation between individual identity and household role. Decisions were practical, driven by immediate needs. Emotional negotiation happened quietly, embedded in routine. A disagreement over labor or resources was addressed through adjustment rather than confrontation. Function came first. As time passed, familiarity deepened. Couples learned one another's strengths and limitations. This knowledge reduced conflict. Expectations became realistic. The absence of romantic idealization made disappointment less destabilizing. Marriage was not judged by happiness alone, but by resilience. Enduring hardship together became a source of pride. Affection grew through trust. Knowing that a partner would contribute reliably created security. This security allowed emotion to soften. Small gestures gained meaning. Sharing food, offering rest, working side by side without complaint. These acts communicated care more effectively than words. Peasant love was shaped by loss as much as by continuity. Illness, childbirth, and accidents were common. Couples faced grief together, often repeatedly. Shared mourning strengthened bonds. Survival required cooperation during vulnerability. Emotional connection deepened through shared endurance. Community support buffered these experiences. Extended families and neighbors participated in daily life. This collective presence reduced isolation. Emotional expression occurred within shared rituals of mourning, celebration, and labor. Love was not private, it was embedded in communal life. Aging altered relationships further. As physical strength declined, reliance increased. Couples who had worked together for decades developed deep mutual understanding. Communication required fewer words. Presence itself became comfort. Love matured into companionship shaped by memory. Even in difficult marriages, adaptation continued. Some unions remained distant, marked by obligation rather than affection. Yet endurance remained valued. Leaving was rarely possible. Instead, individuals found meaning in routine, faith, or community roles. Emotional fulfillment took varied forms. Peasant marriages also adapted to change. Children grew and left. Households shifted. Roles evolved. Flexibility allowed continuity. Love adjusted rather than resisted. This adaptability was essential in an unpredictable world. The emotional texture of peasant love was steady. It lacked the extremes of idealized romance, but offered reliability. It was grounded in reality, shaped by shared experience rather than expectation. This groundedness made it durable. Understanding peasant courtship and marriage reveals a model of love defined by practicality and resilience. It reminds us that affection does not require idealization to endure. It can grow quietly, sustained by cooperation and time. It completes the exploration of practical love among peasants, highlighting how necessity shaped affection. From here, the narrative will turn toward the formalization of marriage itself, examining weddings, dowries, and economic bonds that defined medieval unions. In medieval society, marriage reached its most visible and formal expression through weddings and the economic agreements that surrounded them. These events were not centered on romance, but on transition. A wedding marked the movement of individuals between households, the redistribution of property, and the reinforcement of social order. Emotion existed within this process, but it was framed by ritual, obligation, and public recognition rather than personal celebration. A medieval wedding was, above all, a public act. Privacy was neither expected nor desired. Marriage needed witnesses to be valid in the eyes of both church and community. This visibility reinforced accountability. Everyone present understood that a new household was being formed, along with new responsibilities and expectations. The ceremony made the private bond of marriage a communal fact. The church played a central role in defining the structure of weddings. Over time, it established clear requirements: consent, public declaration, and blessing. Consent, however, was understood within context. It did not imply free choice in a modern sense. Instead, it meant acceptance of an arrangement shaped by family and circumstance. Speaking the words mattered, even if the path leading to them had been set long before. Weddings often took place outside churches, at doors or in public spaces, emphasizing visibility. The priest's presence sanctified the union, but the community's presence validated it socially. Vows were brief and formulaic, designed to affirm duty rather than express feeling. Marriage began not with emotional declaration, but with acknowledgement of role. Feasting followed the ceremony, serving practical and symbolic purposes. Sharing food affirmed unity and generosity. It demonstrated the household's ability to host and provide. For peasants, feasts were modest but meaningful. For nobles, they were displays of wealth and alliance. In all cases, the feast marked transition rather than indulgence. At the heart of these ceremonies lay economic exchange. Dowries and marriage payments were essential components of medieval unions. They formalized commitment through material transfer, ensuring that marriage strengthened rather than weakened households. These exchanges were negotiated carefully, reflecting the strategic nature of marriage. A dowry typically consisted of money, land, goods, or livestock provided by the bride's family. It accompanied the bride into marriage, symbolizing her contribution to the household. Dowries were not gifts, they were investments. They supported the new household and protected the bride's interests, at least in theory. A substantial dowry increased a woman's marriage prospects and social standing. For families, assembling a dowry required planning and sacrifice. Resources were accumulated over years. Dowries represented family wealth redistributed through marriage. Their size communicated status and expectation. A small dowry limited options. A generous one expanded them. In this way, economic reality shaped emotional possibility. In some regions, bride price replaced or supplemented dowry. Here, the groom or his family provided payment to the bride's family. This exchange compensated for the loss of labor and reinforced alliance. Regardless of form, marriage involved transaction. Someone always gave something. Love, if present, followed economics rather than leading it. Legal agreements often accompanied these exchanges. Contracts outlined rights and obligations, especially among the nobility. Property arrangements, inheritance terms, and contingencies were recorded. These documents reduced ambiguity. Marriage was too important to leave to trust alone. Written agreements preserved order across generations. For peasants, these arrangements were simpler, but no less significant. Verbal agreements witnessed by community members carried weight. Memory functioned as record. The community remembered who had promised what. Social enforcement replaced written law. The bride's movement into her husband's household symbolized the shift of loyalty and labor. She brought goods, skills, and expectation. This transition was not merely personal, it altered household dynamics. The bride's family relinquished control, trusting the new household to fulfill obligations. This transfer also carried emotional consequence. Leaving one's natal home was significant. Familiar routines and relationships changed. Adjustment required resilience. Emotion was often expressed through ritual rather than conversation. Weddings marked both beginning and loss. Despite the formality of these processes, individual experience varied. Some entered marriage with hope or affection. Others felt resignation or anxiety. The structure of weddings did not erase these feelings, but it did not prioritize them either. The ceremony acknowledged union, not emotion. Understanding weddings and economic bonds reveals the heart of medieval marriage. It was a system designed to manage resources, relationships, and continuity. Emotion adapted to this structure rather than shaping it. This concludes the first part of the exploration of weddings, dowries, and economic bonds. The next part will examine how these arrangements affected married life, property control, and the lived experience of spouses within these economic frameworks. Once the wedding ended and the feast faded into memory, the economic realities of marriage became fully present. Dowries, payments, and agreements were no longer abstract negotiations, but living structures that shaped daily life. Marriage altered who controlled resources, how labor was organized, and where authority rested. These changes affected spouses immediately, often more tangibly than emotional adjustment ever could. Control of the dowry was a central issue. Although the dowry accompanied the bride, it rarely remained under her direct authority. In most regions, legal and customary norms placed control in the hands of the husband. The dowry became part of the household economy, used to support daily needs, invest in land or tools, or settle debts. In theory, the dowry existed to protect the bride, ensuring she brought value and security into marriage. In practice, that protection depended heavily on local law, family support, and the husband's character. Among the nobility, dowries could be substantial, including land, estates, or rights to revenue. These assets strengthened political alliances and stabilized wealth. Managing them required skill and oversight. Noble wives often played significant roles in estate administration, even when legal ownership remained with their husbands. Their influence, though indirect, could be extensive. Marriage created partnerships of governance as well as household. For peasant couples, economic bonds were smaller but more immediate. A few animals, tools, or household goods could determine survival. The dowry's value lay in its usefulness. A cow meant milk and calves. Linens meant warmth and trade. Every item mattered. Marriage redistributed these resources, creating new centers of production. Property arrangements shaped power within marriage. Whoever controlled resources held authority. While husbands were legally dominant, reality required cooperation. Women managed domestic production, controlled food storage, and often handled small-scale trade. These roles granted them practical influence, even within restrictive legal frameworks. Marriage required negotiation, even if not openly acknowledged as such. Economic pressure also influenced marital stability. Hardship tested unions constantly. A poor harvest, illness, or debt-strained relationships. In such moments, the economic bond of marriage became both burden and support. Spouses relied on one another to adapt, redistribute labor, and endure scarcity. The shared investment, created by dowry and payment, reinforced commitment. Leaving was not only socially difficult, but economically disastrous. Inheritance further complicated these bonds. Marriage determined how property passed to children. Dowries affected inheritance shares, shaping sibling relationships and future alliances. Families thought in generations, not individuals. A marriage decision echoed forward, influencing wealth distribution long after the wedding day. Widowhood revealed the limits of dowry protection. In some cases, a widow could reclaim her dowry, providing security and independence. In others, access was restricted, requiring negotiation or legal action. outcomes varied widely. The dowry's purpose as protection depended on enforcement, not intent. Still, its existence acknowledged the vulnerability marriage created. The public nature of economic agreements reinforced accountability. Witnesses remembered terms. Communities enforced expectation through reputation and pressure. This social enforcement substituted for formal legal systems, especially among peasants. Marriage was embedded in collective memory. Economic bonds also shaped emotional life. Security allowed affection to grow. Instability heightened tension. Love did not replace economics, it adapted to it. Emotional experience was intertwined with material condition. Satisfaction often followed stability rather than romance. Marriage negotiations also reflected broader social inequality. Wealthy families secured advantageous matches. Poor families had fewer options. Economic disparity limited emotional possibility. Love crossed class lines rarely because economic reality discouraged it. Marriage reinforced hierarchy. Despite these constraints, individuals found meaning within the system. Managing a household successfully brought pride. Cooperation fostered respect. Economic partnership became a source of identity. Marriage was not simply endured, it was inhabited. This concludes the second part of the exploration of weddings, dowries, and economic bonds. It has examined how economic arrangements shaped married life and authority. The final part will explore how these bonds endured, changed, or fractured over time, revealing the long-term impact of economic marriage in medieval society. As years passed, the economic foundations laid at marriage continued to shape lives in ways both visible and subtle. Dowries, property agreements, and shared labor did not remain static. They evolved as households grew, children were born, and circumstances changed. Marriage was not a fixed contract fulfilled at the wedding, but a living arrangement constantly adjusted through time, negotiation, and endurance. The arrival of children transformed economic bonds immediately. Resources had to stretch further. Land was divided, labor redistributed, and priorities recalibrated. Parents thought not only of present survival, but of future inheritance. Marriage, once an agreement between two families, expanded into a multi-generational project. Every decision carried long-term consequence. As children matured, the dowry system revealed its cyclical nature. Families who once provided dowries now began saving for the next generation. Goods accumulated slowly. Animals were bred, linens woven, land carefully managed. Marriage planning resumed, quietly years before it was needed. Economic bonds perpetuated themselves across time, shaping family behavior long before emotion entered the picture. Within the marriage itself, authority often shifted gradually. Youthful dominance softened into shared management. Experience taught couples how to balance power and responsibility. While legal frameworks remained unchanged, daily practice adapted. Spouses who survived years of hardship together developed mutual dependence. Economic partnership became deeply personal. Disputes over property were common, especially as resources tightened. Siblings contested inheritance. Spouses disagreed over allocation. Communities intervened when conflict threatened stability. These disputes revealed the emotional weight attached to economic bonds. Property was not only material, it represented effort, security, and future possibility. When marriages endured, economic bonds often strengthened emotional connection. Shared success created pride. A well-managed household became a shared achievement. This success validated the marriage, reinforcing commitment. Love, when present, deepened through accomplishment rather than sentiment. Conversely, economic failure strained relationships. Debt, loss, or mismanagement bred tension. Emotional distance often followed material hardship. Yet even in these cases, marriage persisted. Separation was rare. Adaptation replaced escape. Individuals adjusted expectations, finding ways to continue despite disappointment. Widowhood marked a critical test of economic marriage. The death of a spouse disrupted carefully balanced systems. Survivors navigated grief alongside practical necessity, access to dowry or property-determined options. Some widows gained independence, others faced vulnerability. Outcomes depended on local custom, family support, and community standing. Remarriage reflected economic realism. Widows and widowers often remarried quickly, seeking stability. Second marriages prioritized compatibility and security over alliance. Experience reshaped expectation. Emotional caution replaced youthful assumption. These unions demonstrated how economic bonds adapted to circumstance. Over time, these patterns reinforced a worldview where marriage was understood as an economic partnership first and an emotional relationship second. This hierarchy did not eliminate affection, but it shaped its expression. Love was grounded in shared labor and endurance rather than idealization. The durability of this system explains its longevity. It addressed fundamental needs in a precarious world. Marriage organized labor, secured inheritance, and stabilized communities. Emotion adapted to this framework rather than challenging it. Understanding the long-term impact of weddings, dowries, and economic bonds completes the picture of medieval marriage. These structures shaped lives from beginning to end, influencing identity, relationship, and memory. Love existed within this system, quiet and resilient. This concludes Section 8. From here, the narrative will turn toward moments when economic and moral order were challenged, scandals, forbidden love, and the consequences of defying established bonds. Despite the careful structures that governed marriage, morality, and economic order, medieval society was never free from transgression. Beneath the surface of duty and restraint, desire continued to move in unpredictable ways. Forbidden love emerged wherever rules existed to contain it. Affairs, secret attachments, and scandal were not the norm, but they were persistent enough to shape collective fear, fascination, and moral instruction. These deviations from order revealed the limits of control and the resilience of human longing. Forbidden love was defined less by emotion and more by context. Love became forbidden when it crossed boundaries of class, marriage, religious vow, or family obligation. A feeling itself was rarely condemned outright. Action was. Yet even unacted desire carried risk when it threatened stability. In a world where marriage organized property and power, unsanctioned affection was disruptive by nature. Affairs within marriage were among the most common forms of forbidden love. Marriages arranged for strategy or survival did not guarantee emotional fulfillment. When affection was absent or faded, individuals sometimes sought connection elsewhere. These relationships were typically discreet, hidden within routine and proximity. Servants, neighbors, or distant acquaintances provided opportunity. Secrecy was essential. Exposure carried severe consequences, particularly for women. Gender shaped the cost of scandal. Men often faced social embarrassment or moral reprimand. Women risked far greater harm: loss of reputation, social isolation, or legal punishment. A woman's sexual reputation was closely tied to family honor and inheritance. An affair could cast doubt on lineage, threatening property transfer. As a result, women navigated forbidden love with extreme caution. Noble scandals carried political consequences. Affairs among the elite could destabilize alliances, provoke conflict, or invite public scrutiny. Rumors spread quickly within courts, amplified by rivalry. A noblewoman's indiscretion could become a tool for political attack. Noblemen, too, risked loss of favor or credibility. The higher the status, the greater the visibility. Yet forbidden love persisted even among those most constrained. The emotional isolation created by arranged marriages and public life made private connection alluring. Love offered escape from role and expectation. For a moment, identity shifted from function to feeling. This shift carried risk, but also intensity. Cross-class relationships were particularly dangerous. Love between a noble and a peasant challenged social hierarchy directly. Such unions threatened order by blurring boundaries of power and inheritance. When they occurred, they were framed as scandal or tragedy. Stories emphasized consequence, reinforcing prohibition. Reality was harsher. Punishment could be swift and severe. Religious vows created another boundary. Monks, nuns, and clergy were expected to renounce sexual attachment entirely. Yet forbidden love appeared even within cloisters. Proximity, shared discipline, and emotional intensity created conditions for attachment. When discovered, such relationships were condemned harshly. The church viewed them as betrayal of sacred commitment. Scandal functioned as social correction. Public exposure restored boundaries by demonstrating consequence. Punishment, penance, or exile reaffirmed norms. The spectacle of scandal served as warning. Even whispered rumor could alter lives permanently. Fear of scandal enforced restraint more effectively than law. Despite this, communities sometimes responded with quiet tolerance. When discretion was maintained and order preserved, small transgressions might be ignored. This selective enforcement reflected pragmatic understanding. Absolute control was unrealistic. What mattered was stability. Stories of forbidden love circulated widely. Ballads, legends, and sermons used them to illustrate moral lessons. These narratives fascinated audiences precisely because they explored what could not be lived openly. Tragic endings reinforced norms while acknowledging emotional reality. Forbidden love revealed contradictions within medieval society. Structures designed to manage desire often intensified it. Constraint sharpened longing. Secrecy heightened connection. The very rules, meant to prevent transgression, gave it meaning. This concludes the first part of the exploration of forbidden love, affairs, and scandals. It establishes how deviation emerged within a controlled society and why it mattered. The next part will examine how individuals navigated secrecy, consequence, and survival when forbidden love became reality. When forbidden love moved from thought into action, life became a careful exercise in concealment. Secrecy was not simply a choice, it was a skill that had to be learned and practiced. Medieval society offered few private spaces, and routine was predictable, making deviation noticeable. Those engaged in affairs learned to move within these constraints, shaping behavior to avoid suspicion while maintaining connection. Every decision carried weight, and every mistake risked exposure. Secrecy relied heavily on routine. Lovers often met within the ordinary flow of daily life, disguising intimacy as necessity. Shared work provided cover. Tasks that required cooperation allowed proximity without explanation. A visit justified by labor, a conversation masked as instruction, or a meeting framed as obligation allowed connection to exist unnoticed. Familiarity became camouflage. Time was managed carefully. Meetings occurred during moments of expected absence or distraction. Early mornings, communal events, or periods of chaos created opportunity. Predictability worked both ways. Knowing when attention was elsewhere created brief openings. These moments were rarely spontaneous. They were planned with patience and awareness. Intermediaries played a crucial role. Trusted individuals carried messages, provided warnings, or created diversions. Loyalty was essential. Betrayal could destroy lives. Choosing whom to trust required judgment shaped by experience. Kinship, obligation, or shared risk bound accomplices together. Written communication increased risk. Letters could be discovered or intercepted. When used, they were coded heavily. Metaphor, religious language, or mundane detail concealed meaning. Sometimes messages were memorized and destroyed immediately. Memory replaced record, reducing evidence but increasing vulnerability. The emotional cost of secrecy was significant. Constant vigilance created strain. Lovers lived with awareness of consequence, balancing desire against fear. Intimacy was intensified by risk, but also shadowed by anxiety. Joy existed alongside dread. This tension defined the experience of forbidden love. Discovery transformed private emotion into public judgment. Exposure rarely remained contained. Rumor spread quickly, reshaping reputation. The community responded according to status, gender, and circumstance. Punishment varied, but shame was nearly universal. Public penance, exclusion, or forced separation restored order. Women bore disproportionate consequence. A woman discovered in an affair faced loss of reputation that could not easily be repaired. Marriage prospects vanished. Family support weakened. Survival became uncertain. Even when men shared blame, women absorbed greater cost. This imbalance reinforced caution. Men, while less vulnerable, were not immune. Noblemen risked political fallout. Peasant men risked conflict or loss of standing. Clergy faced severe sanction. Forbidden love challenged not only morality, but authority. The response aimed to reassert control. Despite these risks, forbidden love sometimes persisted. Some couples maintained secrecy for years. Others fled, seeking refuge in anonymity or distant regions. Elopement offered escape, but carried its own dangers. Without support, survival was uncertain. Love demanded sacrifice. In rare cases, scandal forced resolution. Families negotiated reluctantly. A marriage might be permitted to contain damage. These outcomes were exceptions, shaped by power and circumstance. Most scandals ended in loss rather than union. Forbidden love also reshaped inner life. Those who experienced it carried memory and consequence long after its end. Guilt, longing, or regret lingered. The experience altered perception of order and self. It revealed both the power and cost of desire. Communities used these stories as cautionary examples. Scandals reinforced norms by illustrating consequence, yet they also acknowledged reality. Forbidden love was not imagined, it was lived. Its persistence testified to the limits of control. This concludes the second part of the exploration of forbidden love, affairs, and scandals. It has examined secrecy, risk, and consequence. The final part will explore how medieval society remembered these transgressions and how forbidden love shaped cultural memory and the moral narrative. When the immediacy of a scandal faded, forbidden love did not disappear from memory. Instead, it settled into the collective consciousness of medieval society, reshaped into lesson, warning, and story. Communities remembered transgression long after the individuals involved had vanished from daily life. Memory became another form of control, preserving boundaries through narrative rather than punishment. In this way, forbidden love continued to shape behavior even after it had ended. Stories of scandal traveled widely. Villages repeated them quietly. Courts amplified them dramatically, and sermons transformed them into moral examples. Each retelling altered emphasis, but the core message remained stable. Desire that crossed accepted limits led to loss. The details mattered less than the outcome. Memory simplified complexity, reinforcing order through repetition. These stories served multiple purposes. They warned young people of consequence, reminded adults of vulnerability, and reassured communities that deviation did not go unanswered. Even when punishment had been limited, narrative punishment endured. Reputation could outlive the event itself. Being remembered for scandal altered how a person was seen permanently. Literature absorbed these memories and reshaped them into legend. Songs and poems told of lovers separated by fate, duty, or divine judgment. Tragedy became a preferred ending. Fulfillment was rare. These narratives allowed audiences to experience emotional intensity safely without challenging real boundaries. Art contained what life forbade. The church played a central role in shaping this cultural memory. Sermons drew on scandal to illustrate sin and redemption. Stories of repentance reinforced moral teaching. In some cases, transgressors were offered forgiveness through penance, allowing the narrative to conclude with restoration rather than exile. Even then, the lesson remained clear. Deviation required correction. Families also preserved memory strategically. A scandal could be used to explain misfortune, justify control, or warn against disobedience. Parents referenced past events when guiding children. Memory became inheritance, shaping expectation across generations. The past instructed the future. Forbidden love also influenced how people understood themselves. Those who had experienced it carried private memory that shaped identity. Even if society moved on, the emotional imprint remained. Longing, regret, or quiet pride accompanied daily life. These internal memories existed alongside public narrative, often in tension. Communities sometimes softened memory with time. Scandal faded as generations changed. What once provoked outrage became story, yet the underlying lesson persisted. Boundaries remained clear, reinforced by the knowledge that transgression was possible but costly. Forbidden love thus occupied a paradoxical place. It was condemned, yet endlessly retold. It was punished, yet remembered with fascination. This fascination acknowledged human desire even as it constrained it. Society needed these stories to define itself. Over centuries, these narratives shaped broader cultural ideas about romance. The association between love and suffering became deeply rooted. Desire was portrayed as powerful and dangerous. Fulfillment was rare and often destructive. This framing echoed the lived experience of those who had loved beyond permission. Forbidden love also revealed inequality within moral judgment. Stories often emphasized female transgression more heavily, reinforcing gender norms. Male desire was framed as weakness, female desire as danger. These narratives perpetuated imbalance, shaping expectation long after individual cases were forgotten. Despite this, forbidden love left traces of empathy. Audiences recognized humanity within transgression. Suffering elicited sympathy, even when behavior was condemned. This emotional complexity allowed medieval culture to acknowledge desire without endorsing it. The endurance of these stories demonstrates how deeply forbidden love mattered. It exposed the limits of control and the persistence of longing. It reminded society that rules existed because desire existed. Without temptation, morality lost urgency. As time passed, these narratives accumulated, forming a shared emotional archive. They shaped how people imagined love, consequence, and sacrifice. Forbidden love became part of cultural identity, woven into understanding of right and wrong. This concludes the exploration of forbidden love, affairs, and scandals. It reveals how deviation was lived, punished, remembered, and transformed into narrative. From here, the story will turn toward the final stage of medieval romantic life: widowhood, second chances, and the quiet reconfiguration of love after loss. Death was an ever-present reality in the medieval world, shaping how people understood love, marriage, and time itself. Illness, childbirth, accidents, famine, and war ended lives suddenly and often without warning. As a result, widowhood was not an exception, but a common stage of adult life. Many people experienced marriage not as a lifelong union with a single partner, but as a chapter that could close unexpectedly, forcing emotional and practical reconfiguration. Widowhood altered social identity immediately. A person who had been defined by partnership now stood alone within a system built around households. This shift carried both vulnerability and possibility. For widows and widowers alike, the loss of a spouse meant grief entwined with urgent, practical concerns. Survival did not pause for mourning. Fields still needed tending, children needed care, and obligations continued. For women, widowhood was a complex condition. On one hand, it brought risk. Without a husband's protection, a woman's security depended on property rights, family support, and community standing. On the other hand, widowhood could offer an unusual degree of autonomy. In many regions, widows gained legal control over property, businesses, or dowries. This control granted decision-making power rarely available to married women. Widows who managed land or trade became respected figures within their communities. Their experience and authority allowed them to speak more freely than younger women. Yet this autonomy was fragile. It depended on maintaining reputation and managing relationships carefully. Widowhood was not freedom in a modern sense, but it offered expanded agency within existing constraints. For widowers, the transition was often swift. Society expected men to remarry quickly, especially if children were involved. Domestic labor and caregiving were not roles easily fulfilled alone. A widower's grief was acknowledged briefly, but practical necessity soon dominated. Second marriages were common and often encouraged. The emotional experience of widowhood varied widely. Some mourned deeply, carrying memory quietly for years. Others experienced relief, particularly if the marriage had been difficult. These emotions were rarely discussed openly. Mourning followed prescribed rituals, shaping how grief was expressed publicly while leaving private feeling unexamined. Religion provided structure for grief. Prayers, masses, and memorials offered meaning and continuity. Death was framed as part of divine order. This framing helped integrate loss into belief, allowing survivors to continue within a spiritual narrative. Love extended beyond death through memory and prayer. Economic factors strongly influenced decisions following widowhood. A widow with resources attracted suitors quickly. Her property represented stability. Remarriage negotiations focused on protection and management rather than romance. Experience replaced idealism. Second marriages prioritized compatibility and security. Community involvement remained central. Neighbors observed behavior, offered support, and sometimes pressure. Remaining unmarried could be acceptable for older widows, especially those managing property successfully. Younger widows faced stronger expectations to remarry. Choices were shaped by age, resources, and circumstance. Widowhood also altered emotional expectation. Those entering second marriages did so with awareness. Love was approached cautiously. Memory of loss tempered desire. Yet affection could grow again, grounded in shared experience rather than assumption. Understanding widowhood reveals how medieval love adapted to impermanence. Marriage was not always lifelong, but it was always consequential. Loss reshaped identity, responsibility, and emotional life. Love did not end with death. It transformed. This concludes the first part of the exploration of widowhood second chances, and fate. The next part will examine remarriage in detail, exploring how experience reshaped love, expectation, and partnership in later life. When the first season of grief passed, medieval widowhood often shifted from mourning to decision. Life demanded continuation. Fields could not be left unattended. Children could not be raised alone indefinitely. And social structures expected reintegration. Remarriage was not framed as betrayal of the deceased, but as adaptation to necessity. In a world defined by fragility, survival carried moral weight equal to loyalty. Second marriages differed sharply from first ones. Youthful uncertainty was replaced by experience. Those who remarried did so with clearer understanding of what marriage required and what it could not provide. Emotional idealism was rare. Practical compatibility mattered most. Could this person manage hardship? Could they coexist peacefully? Could they support children already born into grief? For widows, remarriage offered both protection and risk. A new husband could provide security, labor, and social standing. At the same time, remarriage often meant surrendering autonomy gained through widowhood. Control over property might pass again into male hands. Decisions required careful negotiation. Some widows delayed remarriage deliberately, weighing independence against protection. Older widows were more likely to remain unmarried. Age-altered expectation. Communities often respected a widow's choice to live alone if she could support herself. These women occupied unique positions, neither maiden nor wife, often acting as mediators, caretakers, or advisors. Their experience granted authority uncommon for women in other roles. Younger widows faced stronger pressure. Fertility, labor, and alliance made them desirable. Suitors appeared quickly, sometimes before mourning had fully ended. Negotiations resumed with urgency. Emotional readiness mattered less than timing and resource management. Life moved forward, regardless of internal state. Widowers, by contrast, encountered little expectation to remain single. Domestic labor and childcare necessitated partnership. Second marriages, for men, often occurred swiftly. Emotional processing was brief. Practical needs dominated decision-making. Society encouraged efficiency over reflection. Remarriage reshaped households in complex ways. Blended families formed, combining children from previous unions. These households required negotiation of loyalty, inheritance, and authority. Emotional bonds developed unevenly. Step-parents navigated roles carefully. Love grew slowly, shaped by shared responsibility rather than initial attachment. Children carried memory into these new unions. Loyalty to a deceased parent influenced acceptance of a new spouse. Emotional adjustment took time. Families adapted through routine, allowing familiarity to soften resistance. Stability mattered more than affection. Second marriages often lacked ceremony compared to first. Feasts were smaller, rituals simpler. The emphasis was on function rather than celebration. Community acknowledgement mattered, but extravagance was unnecessary. Experience tempered display. Emotionally, second marriages could be surprisingly gentle. Having endured loss, individuals valued companionship differently. Expectations were modest. Shared understanding of mortality created patience. Love, when it appeared, was quiet and grounded. Faith continued to shape perception of remarriage. The church permitted remarriage, framing it as lawful adaptation. Yet spiritual narratives emphasized continuity with the past. Prayers for deceased spouses continued alongside new commitments. Love expanded rather than replaced. Fate played a prominent role in how people understood these transitions. Life events were interpreted as divine order rather than random misfortune. Loss and new union were both woven into belief. This perspective offered coherence amid change. Meaning replaced control. Memory remained central. Past love did not vanish. It lived alongside new attachment. Medieval emotional life allowed coexistence rather than replacement. Grief softened into memory. Love adapted rather than erased. Second chances were shaped by realism. People knew that life was unpredictable. Marriage was not a promise of permanence, but a response to present need. This awareness reduced idealization and increased resilience. Understanding remarriage reveals a mature emotional framework. Love was not a singular, defining event, but part of a sequence shaped by circumstance. Fate, faith, and necessity guided transition. This concludes the second part of the exploration of widowhood and second chances. The final part will reflect on fate, superstition, and belief, examining how medieval people understood love as part of a larger cosmic order. As medieval life unfolded under the shadow of uncertainty, love was rarely understood as an isolated human choice. It was interpreted through a wider framework of fate, belief, and unseen order. People did not imagine their lives as self-directed narratives, but as paths shaped by forces larger than individual desire. Love, marriage, loss, and renewal were all woven into this understanding. Fate did not remove responsibility, but it softened judgment, offering explanation where control was limited. Astrology played a quiet but persistent role in this worldview. The movement of stars and planets was believed to influence temperament, compatibility, and fortune. Birth charts were consulted to understand character. Certain alignments were thought to favor harmony, others conflict. Love that flourished was sometimes credited to favorable signs, while failed unions were explained as celestial mismatch. These beliefs provided language for uncertainty, transforming unpredictability into pattern. Omens and signs filled daily life. A chance encounter, a dream, or an unexpected event could be interpreted as guidance. Love gained meaning through coincidence. Meeting a future spouse during a storm or on a holy day carried symbolic weight. These interpretations did not determine action alone, but they shaped perception. Fate was read in the ordinary, lending significance to moments that might otherwise pass unnoticed. Superstition blended easily with faith. Religious belief framed destiny as divine will, while folk tradition filled gaps with symbols and rituals. Charms were carried for protection. Prayers were offered for guidance. Individuals sought reassurance that their choices aligned with a greater plan. Love felt less frightening when understood as part of ordained order. This worldview affected how people responded to loss and renewal. Widowhood, rather than appearing as failure, was seen as a turn in the path. Remarriage was not betrayal, but continuation. Fate explained both union and separation. This perspective allowed individuals to accept change without self-blame. Love was not something lost forever. It transformed as life demanded. Memory functioned as bridge between past and present. The dead were not gone entirely. They were remembered through prayer, ritual, and story. Love extended beyond physical presence, existing in memory and belief. This continuity eased transition into new relationships. Loving again did not require forgetting. Medieval emotional life allowed accumulation rather than replacement. Communal belief reinforced this acceptance. Neighbors shared similar interpretations of fate. Grief and joy were contextualized collectively. When a widow remarried, the community understood the necessity. Judgment softened under shared understanding of mortality. Fate belonged to everyone, not just the individual. Love in later life often carried a contemplative quality. Those who had endured loss approached connection with humility. Expectation narrowed. Small comforts mattered more than grand emotion. Companionship was valued for presence rather than promise. This quiet form of love aligned with acceptance of fate. Even first love was shaped by this perspective. Young people learned early that desire alone did not determine outcome. Fate, family, and circumstance intervened. This awareness tempered expectation. Romantic disappointment was interpreted as part of divine order rather than personal failure. Acceptance replaced protest. The belief in fate also limited resentment. Blame was diffused upward toward destiny rather than outward toward individuals. This did not eliminate conflict, but it reduced obsession with control. Life happened, and people adapted. Love followed life, rather than leading it. This acceptance did not negate agency entirely. Choices were made, negotiations conducted, feelings felt, but outcome was shared with unseen forces. Responsibility and surrender coexisted. This balance sustained emotional resilience in a precarious world. Over time, these beliefs shaped a distinctive emotional tone. Medieval love was patient, restrained, and enduring. It accommodated loss and change without collapsing. Love was not idealized as eternal happiness, but respected as meaningful participation in life's flow. As generations passed, these ideas were transmitted quietly. Children learned to interpret events symbolically. Stories reinforced belief. Fate became a familiar companion rather than an abstract concept. Love unfolded within this shared understanding, shaped by tradition and experience. Reflecting on widowhood, second chances, and fate completes the exploration of medieval dating and romance. It reveals a world where love existed within constraint, guided by belief and necessity. Emotion was real, but it was not sovereign. It shared space with duty, faith, and time. In this world, love did not promise fulfillment. It offered connection, memory, and meaning. It adapted to loss, survived restraint, and found expression within limits. Medieval people loved, not because they believed love would save them, but because loving was part of being human, even when shaped by fate. This concludes the final section of the sleep story. It brings the narrative to rest within the quiet acceptance that defined medieval emotional life, where love moved slowly, endured deeply, and found its place within the larger rhythm of existence.